Hi onion friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's pick a deck reading, we are going to be doing a reading that I have done in the past that I really wanted to do an updated version of, which is Who Are You Really? So the reason why I called you an onion is because, like an onion or an ogre, you have layers. And we are going to look at those layers today, from your surface to your soul. And so how this reading is going to work is we're going to start by looking at your surface level personality, and that is going to be the energy check. So if what I'm describing sounds like you, then you found the right pile. If what I'm describing does not sound like you, especially when it comes to how you show up in the world and how your overall surface level vibe, like when you're going to the store, or you have to be the version of yourself that's like palatable to the outside world, that that surface level energy, we're going to start by doing that. And if that resonates, then we're going to move on and look at your inner world. Now, the really important part of this is that your inner world is the most transient aspect of yourself, and it's always shifting. So we're going to look at whether your inner world is helping you or hindering you at this time. I don't know how much I'll be able to tell that, but I did just want to mention that because sometimes it can be hard to see what's going on internally. And I want you to know that if what's going on internally is a bit of a chaotic mess, first of all, that's so real and so normal. I think most of us feel like we're in a chaotic mess, and I haven't even started the reading yet, so I don't know what's going to be in there. But I don't want you to take that as a concrete aspect of yourself. I want you to recognize what's going on inside of you, so that if it's not helping you, you can at least become aware of it and start addressing it and find ways to deal with it in more constructive ways, so that you can just be the best version of yourself. So I just wanted you to note that. And what we're going to do after we look at that is get guidance from your soul using a channeled messages deck, and kind of just see what your soul would say to your inner self about whatever's going on, whether it's positive or negative. And I guess here's the thing, it's not even that things necessarily are positive or negative, it's just that we perceive them that way. What we really should be looking at is your inner world beneficial to the person you are now and the person you're trying to become, or is it detrimental to that? And then finally, we're going to finish off by looking at your soul, which is what you're going to be picking. These are the decks we're going to be using for the soul part of the reading. And I'm excited to do this last because it's the truest version of you, and it's the version of you that is transcendental to this human experience. So it's just the core aspects of who you are, your spirit, things that cannot be altered, manipulated, or destroyed. They can only be suppressed, but for how long? Because your soul is a beautiful light and it's here to be shared. So that is what we are going to be doing today. So with that being said, we have 4 different decks for you guys to choose from, and I don't have stones today because I want you guys to pick your pile based upon the deck that you feel most drawn to. So starting with pile 1, we are going to be using the Z deck. This is a new deck, so I like it. It's very colorful. And then for pile 2, we are going to be using the Weird Cat Tarot, which is one of my favorites. That's not true. I love all my decks for so many different reasons, but I love all these decks. I love this one's just so cute. And then for pile 3, we are going to be using the Dream Visions Tarot. And finally, for pile 4, we are going to be using the Trippin Waite Tarot. This is also a new deck, and I really, really like it. It's just a groovy version of the Rider Waite. So those are the 4 decks that you have to choose from. Feel free to take your time picking, and it is absolutely okay if you are drawn to more than one. You're a multi-dimensional person with many layers. I wouldn't be shocked if there's multiple messages for you. But if you watch this video and you find that your energy isn't there, I would check out my original Who Are You Really reading, because maybe there's a message in there for you. And with that being said as well, hold on to this video, because you never know. You may come back and resonate completely with a different pile. It's so cool to see how we grow and change, and you're in a constant state of flux, growing and changing too. So I can't wait to do this reading. But before we get into it, I am going to do our little mini message. If you guys are unaware, my newest candle out is the Star Candle. And in the intros, I like to have you guys make a wish with me and also see whatever mini tarot cards. So the cool thing about the Star Candle is that my tarot candle line always comes with a mini tarot card inside, but the Star card also comes with a special star crystal. So I just feel like that's fun. So we're going to go ahead and look at what card is in here because that is going to be the mini message for everyone watching. So without further ado, oh wow, okay, we have the Five of Pentacles here. So we're going to talk about that. But first, I just kind of wanted to show you guys how pretty the candle is. And this is my favorite scent, actually. It's Egyptian amber. And she just smells so good. I don't know what the stone is in here. The star stones are unique as well. I think that this is bloodstone. Cool. So bloodstone could be a vibe. But we're going to go ahead and light this. And at this time, if you just want to set the intention for whatever you're wishing for, you can pause the video and kind of focus your mind on your wish. I'm going to take the time to just do that too. And I also just want to say a prayer and make a wish for healing and hope for every single person on this planet and for the systems that can help us heal and bring about hope, that, you know, they do so and that we are able to be the best versions of ourselves as we as a collective try to make things less of a dumpster fire. So I pray that we have the healing, hope, faith, and wisdom to do that. May your wish be so. And with that Five of Pentacles, let's talk about this. So this mini message being about the Five of Pentacles is the first thing that I heard. I want to leave this little star here. It's so cute. Is nothing is lost. You may be exhausted right now. You may be in a position where you feel like maybe you have lost things, you know. This is a material card. Maybe things are tough right now. And I want you to know that nothing is lost and you have everything to gain. You know, I think kind of one of the funny things about rock bottom, which I don't even think all of you are experiencing that, but even if you have been at rock bottom at some point in your life, you know, anything that feels similar to that can feel like a failure. And I want you to know that you're not a failure. You're just a human experiencing life. And I think one of the greatest lies, especially Western society, has created is this idea that like the standard should be happiness, and that if we're not there, then we're somehow doing something wrong. You know, if you're not doing well, it is not toxic for you to acknowledge that. But also, if you are so focused on what's going wrong and what isn't working that you haven't taken the time to see the beautiful things around you, it might be a good idea to ask yourself, you know, what things am I taking for granted that maybe I'm not seeing because of how intense, you know, my painful experiences are right now. And it's not to say that you're doing anything wrong or you're ungrateful by any means, but one, gratitude is very healing, and two, I think it's easy to miss those things that can make life a little bit better because we are so focused on what's going wrong. And I want you to know that everything is going to be okay. And I hope that this, actually, let me read. I was doing some healing for not only myself, but everyone who comes to these readings. And there was a message from Archangel Gabriel that really rang true that I just want to read really quickly. This is from the Angelic Lightwork deck by Alana Fairchild. She is an incredible creator. Any work of hers that you're called to get, do it. But it said, embrace your divine right to heal. At times, suffering can feel profoundly intense and take us beyond what we believed was our capacity to endure. That suffering could be due to our own circumstances or triggered by what we witness around us. Archangel Gabriel asks you not to fear suffering, but to recognize that the divine will always support you and all beings in moving through it. The divine helps us grow and heal so we can learn to alleviate our own and each other's suffering through grace. Believe that healing, even from intense suffering, is possible. Recognize that powerful souls have the tremendous capacity for endurance and the magnetism to attract healing, compassion, and light that show the way from what has been into the grace of a new something, if I can turn the page, a new day. If you are struggling, you are encouraged to reach out to Archangel Gabriel and sources of light in the physical world and believe in your divine right to heal and to become free from what has oppressed your heart and mind. You shall thrive again. And I definitely think that message was meant for you. And I'm going to zoom in on if you want to do the healing practice, feel free to do that. You may want to screenshot that or something like that. But it seems like the Five of Pentacles came out because, I mean, it is a card about suffering. It is a card about lack, about loss, about struggle, about being out in the cold. And I think when it's in those moments that we need nurturing and healing the most, and that's usually when we feel the most undeserving of it or removed from it. And yeah, that belief system needs to be healed so that, you know, you can go through whatever you're going through with the most awareness and compassion for yourself possible. But with that being said, I'm going to stick this guy in my charm box, and we are going to go ahead and get into the reading. So shout out to everyone who came for the intro. Shout out to my intro squad. I love that we have notification squad and intro squad now. Shout out to those of you who are both. But if you're intro squad, highly recommend being part of notification squad. And also, if you're intro squad, comment down below and let me know something that you love about yourself. It can be the smallest or biggest thing. Just let me know what you love about yourself, because I would love to hear it. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into this reading now. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love you so much. I can't wait to see how wonderful you are, and I will see you in your reading. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the tarot, then this is going to be your reading on who are you really. So we're going to save this tarot deck for when we get to your soul level. We are going to start by looking at your surface level personality, and I'm using different decks for each layer. So we are going to start by using the 8th House Tarot and the Animal Spirit Oracle to look at your surface level personality. So if that resonates, then this is the reading for you. If it does not, it is not. It is that simple. Thank you so much for being here. I also gave these a good shuffle off camera, but I can't help the compulsion to shuffle anyway. But you can just set the intention at this time that the messages that need to come through for you do. Oh, and I just felt this like sense of gratitude in my heart. I'm so grateful that you're here. And I already feel lighter than, like, literally just from starting this video to sitting down and sitting in your energy, I feel lighter. So I really can't wait to see what's here. Okay, those are my nerves. Maybe they're your nerves. I think, I don't know. I don't even know why I'm nervous. Anyway, Spirit, Pile 1's surface level personality. Who are they on the surface? How do they show up in the world? We have Pluto. Whew. That was about to be the death card, but it went back in. That would have been more scorpionic energy. Who is Pile 1? Spirit, what is their surface level personality like? Oh, well, there is the water. One more. Who is Pile 1? We have the 4 of Pentacles. Wow. Okay. I want to give you a hug. I love your vibes. Okay. We're going to clear with the Animal Spirit Oracle. And I don't think I mentioned this in the intro, but we're adding cards with each layer. So 6 cards for surface, 10 cards for inner world, 14 cards for 14? No, 12. Oh yeah, 8 cards. I just exposed like literally how bad at math I am. That's so funny. I'm terrible at math, but anyway. Shout out to those who are bad at math. Spirit, can we clarify judgment? The judgment card. Okay, we have rabbit. Whew. Also, I want to mention Archangel Gabriel is in the judgment card. You may want to watch the mini message. If you skip that part in the intro, it is time-stamped, but there is a message from Archangel Gabriel in the mini message, like mini reading, Make-A-Wish portion. So you may want to listen to that. You could be really closely connected with that Archangel. Can you clarify the King of Cups, Spirit? Who is pile 1? We have the oyster. Yep, that makes sense. And can you clarify the 4 of Pentacles? We have the butterfly. Okay. So, I'm like, I don't even know where to start because, wow, it's like, damn, pile 1. That's all I can say is damn. Because that is what you are like. Like, I'm envisioning, like, you know how a dam holds water back, and it's like, and interesting with judgment and damnation, you are a complex individual and you can't even hide it on your surface. Well, you try to, and I think that for people who dwell on the surface, like, they're not going to be any of the wiser of what's going on underneath you because that's already all they're able to perceive. But it's obvious you hold a lot back. And not only that, I wouldn't be shocked if you've had this realization recently that you do need to be more open with the world, or at least be less protective of yourself. With the Judgment and Pluto card being here, one, I'm very curious to know in your birth chart where Pluto sits. If you have Pluto in your first house or Lilith in your first house, your power is like, you may come across, or if you're Scorpio rising, I think that would also happen as well. And in terms of placements that we have, Capricorn suns are here. Water and fire placements are here. And we have a lot of water. Like, your surface level personality is one that is, I would say, more reserved, but no less powerful. I think actually the reason why you may be reserved is because people have sensed your inherent power and they have tried to shit all over that. And maybe they have successfully, especially depending on your age and where you're at in life. This like really reminds me of my older brother in a lot of ways, because like, he was always a very hard worker, but he would have like coaches or, you know, adult figures in his life, like just be very weirdly reactive to him. And he has Pluto in the first house too. And one thing that I learned about Pluto in the first house, and it's similar to Lilith in the first house, is that you evoke a sense of power without even trying. And so when you just have this inherent sense of power, you know, the first house is all about the self, right? When people interact with you and respond to you, it is not you that they're reacting to, it's their relationship to power that they're reacting to. And if the person that you're interacting with has a negative relationship with power, if they're a disempowered person, or they're triggered by other people being in their power, and here's the thing, you may not even realize it, you're just being yourself. And that's why it's such a like painful thing for you, is because you're just showing up and being who you are, and then people are unnecessarily coming for you and projecting onto you and treating you poorly. And I think that this surface level personality is like, it is quintessential keeping myself small to keep other people more comfortable. And it seems like you've learned the hard way that when you are yourself and you show up as yourself, people don't receive it well, and it's super painful. Especially because what those people also don't realize is how human you are, and how you're going through your own wounds and you have your own insecurities and uncertainties. And the funny thing is, and it's not funny in like a ha, this is so funny, but like ironic, is you have such a deeply powerful soul and energy, and yet you show up in a way that is deliberately trying to make yourself as small as possible. And with this Four of Pentacles and the Rabbit card being here, I can definitely see that you are very afraid to show up in a way that is uninhibited. If you are constantly inhibited. I don't think that's a word, but it was making me think of like Hibbits, like the sporting goods store. I don't know. You be inhibits, man. Like, I don't know. And in your case, I really feel like you've been judged very harshly and inaccurately, and it's led to you being really reserved and held back. But when people actually get to know you, they're very wowed by who you are. You're a very emotionally mature person. Like, the fact that we have the King of Cups here, this shows that you have a very deep soul. You have a very deep soul anyway, but your emotional depth runs very deep, and I think that that's probably something you hide from people a lot. And I also feel like you may feel like that part of you is not, you may feel like the deep emotional parts of you hinder you rather than help you, and that's not the truth. They're actually very like they're a very powerful part of your psyche, but I think because of, the common conditioning in society around being emotional, expressing emotions, and that correlating to weakness, you may feel like you have this, that your emotional body and your depth, your psychic depths, which like everybody has psychic abilities, and I feel like you're naturally very intuitive. You also feel things very deeply. You're emotionally mature, and you have the ability to hold space not only for yourself but for other people as well. And I wouldn't be shocked if you often become like the quote-unquote therapist friend, or people seek you out and just start telling you their life stories and things like that, because you have a naturally healing energy. And it might be very confusing to you because there's almost like, I get this vibe from you, like you want to keep people out because when you let them in, they hurt you. But the thing is that the people that actually, I feel like you've probably been keeping everyone out. We'll see that when we get into your inner world. But with this butterfly being here, clarifying the Four of Pentacles, I think that you've become more aware that you do need to start sharing more of yourself, and that terrifies you. I wonder if you've had people in your life kind of encourage that from you. There is this energy of like constriction when it comes to sharing yourself with the world, and it's almost like, yeah, it's a damn shame too, because it's like there's all this, water is life, it is nourishing, and the richness of your soul and your personality really come through when you allow yourself to express that, and I think you have been holding that back for quite a while, and people can kind of tell. I think that another intuitive person, like, so someone like me, if I were encountering you in the wild, I would just like, I would be, my sniffer would be going off, like, oh, this person's really deep, or like, oh, there's a lot going on here, oh, they're really like holding back. But people probably don't say this to you because, one, it's nobody's job to like tell you how to share yourself. You're doing it to keep yourself safe, but an intuitive person is going to recognize that there's a lot more there. And also, it doesn't matter whether you try to keep yourself small or not. Like, your energy naturally provokes people with loser vibes. And here's the thing, everybody can be a winner. So it's not a bad thing to say that someone has loser vibes, because that's their attitude. That's what their attitude makes it that way. If they shift their attitude, they could be a winner. And the thing about winning and losing is that even that concept, I don't even know if it's really that helpful. But the vibe of your surface level personality is, it's like you feel like if you do show up as yourself, you're already gonna lose. So I might as well just try to make everyone else comfortable so that I can just exist in the outside world without it being so frustrating and painful all the time. But you're consciously aware that needs to change. And I think that If you have been making changes, some people are starting to see that. I think anyone who you've opened up to and opened up to on an emotional level, whether that's like a group of friends or if you've even just been like creating more or something like that, I think people are starting to notice that and are very impressed by that. But I think there's also this like anxiety that you have around like opening up to people, which like mood. But I think people can kind of tell that like there is a very fearful part of you. And I think some people who, you know, haven't really done enough self-reflecting yet and kind of take other people's reactions personally, it's quite possible that your own fear causes you to like hold back and avoid. And people who really want your healing energy or want your attention may take that as like a slight against them, like, oh, I'm not good enough, or you know, they think they're better than me or something like that, and may project a lot of negativity onto you. And then that may just create even more fear and make you want to like pull back even more. And then other people are like, and then it affirms in the people that are accusing you of such things, like that's the case when that's not the case at all. And I think that you are going through a powerful form of transformation, but that is part of what your life is meant to be. Like, you have a very mighty aura to you, and it's not easy to carry that much energy in a body, especially here. And so I think the way you come across to people is confusing, because you may find that people don't trust you very often. And that's probably because you don't even trust yourself. Like, you don't trust yourself to be able to be yourself and handle whatever comes your way. And that's okay. But intuitive people can see that. The funny thing is that like surface level people, they're just seeing you as one of their own because they can't intuit anything much more deeply. They might be negative towards you or like be like shady towards you, but they won't even know why. And that is a really key component to understand, because the people that can't even recognize the depth to you are the ones that you're keeping yourself small for, and are the ones whose opinions and reactions to you really shouldn't like even worry about, because it's like being a big oak tree and then having like a sapling, you know, talk a bunch of tree shit to you because, you know, you're taller and you're reaching all the light and you know. Meanwhile, did you know that trees are like, they like share, they have like they share nutrients and shit, I think, like through their root systems and stuff. It's like a very communal thing. I don't know why I'm using trees as an example, but I think that you are a mighty oak tree and you've been trying to cosplay as a sapling and it's not working, and I think you know that. And I think there's a part of you that knows you need to break out and you need to be more of yourself. Like, you have seen, you know these things, but knowing isn't being. And I think that your surface level personality is one where I think people in your life are watching and waiting to see what's going to happen. The people that love you, they really want to see this next step of your unfoldment, because you have grown and evolved. And I think that you even know now that the fear that's holding you back from being more of yourself is really silly. And not only that, but you have very real, tangible gifts to give the world. And you can't do that if you are being led to believe that your gifts aren't valuable. And the very idea that your gifts aren't valuable is coming from, you know, words and hands that are unworthy of holding them. And it's not that they're unworthy individuals in general, it's just that, you know, they can't hold and receive what you have to give, so they're not the right ones to be sharing that with. And the thing is you don't even have to be consciously aware of who needs to receive it. It's a process that happens naturally. But we got to get into your inner world, because this is where the beef is. And I really want to see what's going on internally. So we're going to use 2 more decks, the High Tarot, which I love, and the Chakra Wisdom Oracle. And so we're just going to see what's going on in your inner world, because I have a feeling it's really going to be heavily linked to this butterfly. But I also think that, you know, Like tiny but mighty is what I'm hearing. And that doesn't even have to do with physicality. You could be a tiny person. But you've been keeping yourself small because you're afraid of I think you're afraid of your own power. And I think you're afraid of how your power affects others. But you change lives just by existing. You're a very powerful person. And I think other people are very afraid of the growth that you've gone through. If you've been going through this period of letting go of the past and maybe people from the past or belief systems from the past, I think a lot of people are very afraid of the version of you that you're becoming because it's too big for them. It's too big and it's too bright, which good for you. Anyway, Spirit, what's going on in pile one's inner world? Who are they on an internal level? Yeah, we have the Five of Swords, the knife. Knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. If you've never seen Bart Simpson versus Australia, that Simpsons episode, you should watch it. I don't know why, but it just came through. What is going on in pile one's surface level? It's not surface level. In pile one's inner world, what is going on? We have the Wheel of Fortune. Ooh, I'm hearing that song Pretty Girl Rock by Carrie Hilson. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. And here's the thing. It doesn't even matter what you look like physically. Beauty is such an internal thing. If you're physically attractive but have the personality of a mean, nasty person, you're not beautiful. You're just trying to cover up your ugliness with, and that's the thing, ugliness is not physical, and it's such a BS thing that we think that. Ugliness is an energy, and if we all could see and read energy, this world would be a very different place. But anyway, what is going on in pile one's inner world? Ooh, we have the High Priestess. And yeah, there's that intuition. What is going on in pile one's inner world, please? And we have the Six of Cups. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay. Oh my God. I love you guys so much. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Keep going. Oh my God. Okay. So we're going to use this deck to clarify. Oh, and I also want to mention while I'm here, thank you to everyone who takes the time to support me. If you enjoyed this video, just leaving it a like helps me so much. You totally do not have to support me in any way, but free and easy ways to support me, liking the video, commenting, super helpful. So thank you to those who do that. Subscribing, thank you. Anyway, Spirit, can we clarify the knife? We have dissipating. Can you clarify the clover, which is the Wheel of Fortune? We have acceptance. Can you clarify the High Priestess? We have rejection and renewal. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. Okay. And finally, can you clarify the relic or the Six of Cups? We have abundance. Beautiful. You know what's on the back of the deck? Perfection. And you are so perfect the way that you are. And honestly, I'm you know how you would talk to your parents about people being mean to you and they would be like, oh, they're just jealous. And I'd be like, no, they're not. But sometimes they were right and it was true. This is a time where they were right and that is true. There's a lot happening on a material level in your inner world. The fact that we have 2 different root chakra cards and also 2 solar plexus cards. And your solar plexus, so your root chakra is all about being grounded. It's all about your security, your connection to the material realm. It's, very physical. And your solar plexus is kind of around your gut, but a little bit higher. And it represents your confidence, your power of will, your sense of self. Self-esteem is very important here. And it seems like you are going through a powerful awakening of your own power. A powerful awakening of your own power. how's that word count? I think my essay is going to be long enough. You are, and here's the thing, I don't even think it's that you're awakening to your power, you're surrendering to it and realizing it is too painful and too draining and too exhausting to try and fit into. You're like a hermit crab trying to fit into a shell that's way too small for it and that just doesn't work for it anymore. And you know that. And the only thing that's trying to keep you small is this Five of Swords, this knife. And the fact that it's clarified by dissipating, I think is a beautiful thing, because first of all, it's speaking to the fact that the belief systems that you've had and the wounds that have dwelled in your mind and formed belief systems about your worthiness, especially about your unworthiness and about how you shouldn't be showing up in the world, that is leaving. And you're knowing that as you're starting to gain more confidence in yourself and recognizing that you deserve to take up space, you deserve to share your light, you deserve to feel good, and you deserve to have positive experiences on this planet, and you deserve to feel good about who you are in your skin. Like, that is all helping combat the negative belief systems that you've cultivated about yourself that led you to becoming so small in the first place. The fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune here clarified by acceptance, you have a lot to be grateful for, and you have a lot of blessings in your life already. And I think you know that. And one of the biggest blessings is that you're you, that you have your mind, your experience, your heart, your soul. I can't wait to look at that. And all of these things are very powerful components in bringing about and cultivating the beautiful things in your life. And I think that people have had this idea that life has just been easy for you, or that you haven't worked for or earned what you've gotten. And that's not true. In fact, it's so far from the truth that it really does a disservice to all the work that you've put in to become the person that you are. Greatness is in your destiny, and greatness is not as greatness for you watching this may be different for another person watching this. That definition is broad on purpose because your expansion is not just meant to be in one realm or with one thing. Your expansion is an unfoldment, and rather than it going in a linear direction, it's like a circle that just gets bigger. And there's more components to it, but it never breaks, it never ends. There's just more expansion. And for you, I think that what you've been doing internally is accepting the fact that you're not here to play small. You're not here to make other people feel comfortable. And in fact, the more you're starting to realize, yeah, I am a wonderful light. Yeah, I do have a big heart. Yeah, I am a powerful person, and I do have the power to create positive change in myself and in the world. That acceptance and knowing that the universe is supporting you in that process and supporting you in that unfoldment, I think is really helping you find more security in your material realm, and know that the spiritual realms are not separate from the material, and that in fact all of the blessings that you've reaped materially, or that you will reap materially, they're happening in part due to the energy you're exuding. And in your case, I think that you are learning to recognize where the stories you tell yourself are unhelpful. So that is so awesome. And I also think you're realizing, how cyclical life is. The Wheel of Fortune in the typical tarot, it shows a wheel. And sometimes that wheel, sometimes we're on top, sometimes we're on the bottom, sometimes we're in the middle. Doesn't really matter. All that matters is that it's always moving. And I think one thing that you're realizing is that there are different phases and seasons of life, the same way there are different phases and seasons of you. And I think that you're also looking at where your mind is creating stories that are making it hard for you to be present and move into the most aligned version of your future possible. I feel like what you're really doing too is taking a look at your past and how your past is shaping you. And I think you're realizing where you're ready to let go of certain beliefs about yourself or certain habits or behaviors that don't serve you. I think you're also realizing where you have accepted external judgment as the truth and you're realizing that that's not the case and letting go of that. I'm so proud of you. Like, that's so awesome. Good for you. And if you're not doing that yet, here's the thing too about if I'm speaking about these things and you resonated with the first part, but this is not reflecting your inner world, this is what you can shift to and where you're meant to shift to. We're going to get guidance on how to do that. But I think that if you feel like your inner world is more negative, that's because you think it. You're not feeling it. When you feel into it, there's a lot of depth there. There's a lot of depth here in you that I think that you may miss out on, because it's almost like when you're trying to assess yourself from a logical mental lens, it's like looking at a pool from the surface. You can't tell how deep something is. Like, you know how there's optical illusions kind of created when you're at a pool, and like what, I don't know, like sight is confusing, right? If you're not in the water, it's hard to know how deep it is. It's hard to know how hot or cold it is. It's hard to know how far you've got to swim to the bottom. And I think in your case, if you are analyzing your experiences and assessing them rather than sitting in them and observing them and not forcing yourself to come to logical conclusions, you may be preventing yourself from experiencing all the positive things that are actually occurring within you that you're unaware of, because you're only wanting, it's like I'll watch other people swim, but I don't want to get in the pool. You got to get in the pool. Get your cutest suit on and get in the pool. Like, we're going to play Marco Polo. Anyway, you know that you've got, like, Jupiter is on your side. Like, positive expansion and manifestation are on your side, and the more you just surrender and accept your greatness, like, the more wonderful things are going to come to you. So with the High Priestess and renewal and rejection, most of you are in the pool. I hope you're having fun, but your inner world right now is learning how to be reborn in a way that it is nourished and also not affected by the wounds of the past. With renewal and rejection here, I feel like you are learning how to accept what is and also heal your relationship to what is. I think you're also taking a good hard look at, you know, the perceived barriers that you've put up in your life that aren't actually there, that have stopped you from taking action in the past, that have stopped you from doing more in the past. You know, the things that you reflect on and are like, I wish I would have done that, or I wish I would have said this. You know, take note of those things, because there's no telling when those situations could come into your life again and when you could respond to them differently. I also feel like with the dog here, like, loyalty is a big thing. And I think that you are learning how to be loyal to yourself, and how loyalty to self, one, requires you to be in uncomfortable positions where, one, you may be rejected, or two, you may be, people may disagree with you or not see your vision, but also realize that you don't need other people to validate that in order for it to be true. With rejection here, it seems like there's some powerful rejection from your past that really, like, shook you to your core, probably. And I think that you are gaining the wisdom from those experiences and also giving yourself the time and space to kind of rejuvenate and reconnect with yourself. And that is creating a more balanced inner world where you're not looking at the world through, like, only a lens of optimism or negativity, but rather, you know, you are just openly accepting and becoming aware of how multidimensional and complex life, energy, and these experiences, and even just yourself, really are. And I think that you are creating a healthy inner world for yourself, and one where you can actually look at what's going on within you, because you're not rejecting anything that comes up within you. And if you have been rejecting things that come up within you, this is your sign to stop doing that and instead compassionately accept what comes forward. And if you're not fond of what's coming forward, let's look at how we can heal this or how we can transmute this, whatever it may be. But this is the root chakra and the crown chakra here. So you are going through a powerful internal shift where every single part of you is, I guess, upgrading in the sense that it's becoming more powerful in terms of how much light these energy centers within you can hold, and it's releasing and healing wounds, pains, thought forms, belief systems that were keeping you stuck and fearful. There's a lot more joy coming to you, and if you found that you've been like lighter and just more positive about things, that is definitely a sign that your inner work is working. You better work, and you have been. You've been doing a great job. So let's talk about the Six of Cups in abundance, because you also, if you've been consciously doing inner child healing or working with your inner child, this is evidence that it's working, and the confirmation and acknowledgement that what you've been doing has been working. But if you've been wanting to look somewhere to heal, inner child may be something you want to look at. With the Six of Cups being here, clarified by abundance, I definitely think that sorry, I'm burping. And whenever I'm burping during a reading, they're weak burps. That usually means that I'm releasing energy and like releasing negativity or just in general. And I think in your case, you're releasing a lot of the negative conditioning from your past and recognizing that conditioning was placed upon you by, adults who didn't have the wisdom to support and guide you the way that you needed. And that doesn't mean that they're terrible people. It just means that they're human. They could have done some terrible things. I don't know about y'all, but like, I just found that like my coaches and like my friends' coaches, my siblings' coaches, like sports coaches were some of the single-handedly like most toxic and like destructive individuals in my life and in their lives. And it's so sad because like, shout out to all the good coaches out there that nurtured and supported growth, because there's a lot of them that didn't, and I'm sure you guys can relate. And I wonder if a certain coach for you or a certain like adult figure in your life that was supposed to lead and guide you instead disempowered you and hurt you. I think that, but that could also be, it doesn't have to be a coach, it could really be anyone. But I think that you are realizing or reconnecting to a part of yourself that's not only sees the glass, I wouldn't even say sees the glass as like half full, but rather just sees the glass as a cup of water and tries not to place unnecessary interpretations on it. And I also think you're realizing that when you're in your creative mind, abundance and solutions come to you in ways that they don't when you're just trying to figure it out. Like, when you're trying to figure things, when you are trying to go about things from the way you were taught to do them, you cut yourself off from part of your magic. Part of your magic is sporadic, and it doesn't necessarily need logic or explanation. It is like a creative current that leads you where you need to go, and you understand things as you're meant to. I feel like you've been reconnecting more with yourself and reconnecting more with those true parts of yourself, and as a result, you are giving yourself more opportunities to be nourished, to remember who you truly are, and to realize that like your conditioning has not completely destroyed the part, like the purest parts of you, that are, your soul self, the person you were as a child, but rather your job as an adult and your job in your healing journey is learning how to integrate all parts of yourself and allow the parts of you that light you up to lead more. But I also think with the Six of Cups and this abundance, I think that you are realizing like just how much this world has to offer, how much you have to offer the world, and also seeing where lack mentality or fear has been holding you back. And as a result, I think you've been doing some powerful healing work with your inner child to really allow you to realize that like the parts of you that feel disempowered and the parts of you that get really triggered, when someone, tries to come for you or tries to suppress you or says or does something that goes back to anyone who says or does something that makes you feel fearful and want to hide and feel small. I think that is rooted in something that started likely in childhood where, in order to feel safe, you had to get smaller. And what I think you're realizing is that the people that were trying to make you small were not doing that because they were right. They were doing that because they were not aligned and not in their power and not healthy. They're wounded and they're bleeding on people who didn't hurt them. And in your case, I think you may be realizing where your past belief systems have been affecting your ability to make positive change and to reap the benefits from your present environment and also take opportunities as they come. I think that you are gaining energy, gaining wisdom, and gaining awareness of how many parts of self were never actually lost, but rather just on the back burner because you weren't conscious, you either weren't aware that you could consciously tap into them, or you had forgotten that those parts of you were there and you're reconnecting to them. And that's a really beautiful thing. Overall, your inner world is really beautiful. I think that the negativity that has corrupted you in the past and made you small, like, I think that you're really dealing with it in powerful ways, and you're also gaining the wisdom on just how to deal with negativity in general, whether inside of you or outside of you. And I also think you're realizing just how unlimited your potential is, how every opportunity and every experience doesn't have to be something that shuts you down, or every experience is an opportunity to learn and grow, you know? So it's okay if you get a no or a door gets slammed shut in your face, because a window will get opened or a new path will show up. Like, you're exactly where you need to be. And I think more than anything, there's a lot of powerful healing going on within you, and you're being encouraged to continue following this healing, because this healing is bringing you exactly where you need to be and is bringing you to where you truly want to be. So before we get into your soul, I just want to get some channeled messages from your soul to your inner world and see what your soul wants to say directly about your inner world. So pile one's soul. What do you want to say to pile one's inner world? Everything happens according to divine timing for the best results. So pay attention to the stories you tell yourself when things aren't going your way. Because it's not that you're doing something wrong. It's just that it's not time. Can you clarify the Wheel of Fortune? I am thankful for many things, and my gratitude attracts abundance into my life. Yeah, and so the more you can focus on like how blessed you are, you know, how wonderful you are, things like that, the more you're gonna feel like, I feel like your inner child really just needs praise and encouragement, like a lot of praise and encouragement. It's not vain or selfish to do that. It's very important. Children need to be supported and lifted up, you know? Could you imagine like telling a 10-year-old kid that like he's never gonna be able to follow his dream, or that, you know, he sucks and that he's not good enough? Like, actually, like, it is so mind-boggling that adults talk to children in ways like that, and I'm so sorry if that ever happened to you. But it's also like just such evidence that adults are just children in big bodies, and becoming an adult helps you realize that like, oh, a lot of y'all are grown, but you're still children. So recognizing that they don't deserve to steal your joy, they don't deserve to steal your misery, and you know, they can try, but you don't have to let them. That is a powerful thing. And being grateful for what is working, what is going well, like, and there's a lot that's coming. There's just a lot of good vibes here. Like, I honestly, like, I feel like for some of you, you may be doubting that this is your reading because of how positive the internal shifts are. And I'm like, the only reason you're doubting it is because you're not feeling it, you're thinking it. Anyway, what about the High Priestess? I dare to dream of wonderful things happening in my life. And this fits so perfectly. Look at how that like blends in perfectly with this renewal and rejection. It's like, as you're gaining this physical renewal, you're healing, you're also expanding the idea of what's possible for you, because you're no longer limiting yourself by, what's the right word? You're no longer limiting yourself by having belief systems that keep you small. Finally, what about the Six of Cups? in my heart, I know that good things are coming my way. And on the back of the deck, life is good to me. And that's the thing, is like, you deserve to be good to yourself. Life will continue to be good for you. It's okay if people are angry about that and jealous about that. Let them. That's their lesson to learn. That's their way to grow. But good things are coming your way. And I also wonder too, if there's someone in your inner world, maybe for some of you, like if for example, you're pregnant, that could be, which if you are, congratulations. The good thing coming your way could be a literal child, and that could be something that's really helping you evolve. But for those of you, oh my God, it's so funny when I talk about that stuff, because everyone who like is not are the ones that get so up in arms about it. And it's like, you're not Mother Mary. This is not immaculate conception. You either are or you aren't. And if you're not, that message is not for you. But anyway, good things are coming your way. And I think that this could have to do with like connecting or reconnecting with people that really speak to your soul. But I think it's also just reconnecting with that childlike part of you that believes in magic, that believes in the universe's ability to bring us what we need in the perfect time, in the perfect way, and the recognition that just like anything is possible. So let's go ahead and look at your soul now. So who is pile 1 on a soul level, Spirit? Ah, yes, the sun. Yes, bitch. The sun. You are a light. Who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have the 4 of Pentacles. Wow, okay. That's interesting. These are the same card. Who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have the 2 of Wands. Who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have the Ace of Pentacles. Is that the Ace? Yeah, I believe so. And finally, who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have the 6 of Pentacles. Oh, that's so beautiful. Okay, we're going to clarify that with this Soul Space Oracle now. I love that so many Earth, like your soul is very passionate about being here on this planet. And I think, so I don't know if your soul is like very dedicated to like developing, like I feel like your soul has played a role in like human development, like in like collective human development, and like assisting and aiding like the growth of humans, which like we're all doing that by being humans, but I think like in the most cosmic way possible. Like you are here because like you believe in the concept of, or you believe in like the value in the human collective, and you're rooting for its healing and for its evolution and its growth into the most empowered divine version of its expression. And that's beautiful. Okay, can we clarify the sun, please? Who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have spacious. Yes, there's a lot of light within you. Who is pile 1 on a soul level? Let's clarify this 4 of Pentacles. Warrior. Who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have Witch. Oh, I love this. You don't have to identify with this term. We'll get there. Who is pile 1 on a soul level? We have Flow. And finally, we have Enough. Oh my gosh, and Pleasure. Okay, so both of those cards want to come out for the 6 of Pentacles. And on the back of the deck, we have Kin. So maybe that's why I was talking about trees. Maybe you have a deep connection to trees as well. Trees are awesome. If you don't talk to trees, you should be. They're the wisest They're the wisest beings on this planet, for sure. Okay. First of all, your soul is so beautiful. Like, look at all these beautiful colors. And I love that the sun came out first. Like, your soul is a light, first and foremost. It is a powerful light that gives life, you know? The sun does that. It can also burn, and it can also be too bright. And so it makes sense as to why a lot of people maybe have reacted to you in ways that have been really painful to you, because you're just being yourself, and you're just trying to share yourself and your energy with the world. And when it's not received in an equally loving way, that's always going to be very painful, because it's a rejection of the truest version of yourself. But here's the beautiful thing, is that your light can never burn out. It can never, like, your soul literally is light. Whenever you feel disconnected, whenever you feel stuck in darkness, that's when you want to connect with your soul, because your soul and your higher self will never, ever let you be fully disconnected from that, ever. It doesn't matter how dark and how cold things seem. There's still a seed of light within you. Doesn't matter if it's a flicker, it's still there. And in your case, you have so much light. Like, your soul is not a small light, it's a big one. And that makes sense as to why it must be so painful for you to try to keep yourself small, and exhausting to try to keep yourself small. It's not natural. And it's time to unleash the beast. Quit taming it, because the beast that you see as a beast is actually man's best friend. You know what I mean? Like, your soul and your light, you don't need to understand it to know that it heals and it works. And I do believe that one reason why, like, one purpose that you have in this lifetime on a self level, this is not for other people, but this is for you. This Four of Pentacles, that I believe, you don't have to believe in reincarnation, but I do believe in that. And I also believe, because matter can't be created or destroyed. Like, it just transforms. And I think in your case, you are learning how to fight for the light and fight for love. And in your case, I think that you have been shut down, not only in this lifetime. I wouldn't be shocked if this is like I'm not shocked. It's literally showing up. It's a soul deep wound. Your soul has learned, in order to be safe on this planet, I have to hold back. I have to hold on to things. I have to be conservative. I have to and I don't mean conservative and like I'm literally scared to even use certain words sometimes, because like people take it the wrong way. By conservative, I literally mean I don't mean anything political. I mean conserving, holding on to things in a way to keep yourself safe. And in your case, you're here to fight that urge and fight that impulse, because I think you have experienced lifetimes where you did that your whole life, where you did just hide and stay small. And there's a lot of unfinished business you have on this planet, because this planet has not gotten to see the full view of your light. And what I love in this warrior card is that it's the sun's right there, and it's like you're fighting for your, like, what's that song, like fight for your right to party, but fighting for your right to share your light in the world, and having the strength to share your light when you get pushback for that, when people disagree with you for that. And here's the thing you have to understand. The reason why, people aren't receiving your light the way, in a positive way, the way that you intend to share it, is because your light is making them see their wounds. And they don't like seeing that. They'd rather that stay in the dark, because then they've got something to address with themselves. It's much easier to blame you than it is to look at themselves. And in your case, with this Two of Wands and this Witch card. Now, you could be a witch. You could be, this term is not going to resonate for everyone, but your soul is one that is very focused on magic and creating magic and exploring the depths and dimensions of magic, especially when it comes to being on this plane and like understanding how magic works from from not only a physical perspective, but a spiritual, mental, emotional. You're here to learn. Like, when I see witch, I think more magician. Because the magician, uses not only the light of spirit, but also all of the elements in order to bridge the divine with the earthly realm and to manifest, to create. And in your case, I think that I would not be shocked if, there's a witch wound within you. And like I said, you could quite literally have a witch wound of like experiencing prejudice in this life and/or past lives where you tried to share your light and you were maybe deleted from the planet for it. So it's very understandable why you would be so averse to sharing more of yourself. But this beautiful, powerful part of your soul is one that knows there's always a way forward. And not only that, but whatever doesn't work out, I'm going to come back and I'm going to fix it and I'm going to do it again and I'm going to do it right. And in your case, I think that you just have a lot of magical energy within you, and your soul has the inherent wisdom to know where you need to go. Your soul is navigating you beautifully. So whenever you get up in your head and think that you're in the wrong place, or you're out of touch with your path, or you're out of alignment, that's when you need to go within, because the only thing that takes you out of alignment is the belief that you are. Your soul is guiding you beautifully, and you really don't need to worry about it. But also, I do think that your soul is a powerful purveyor of magic. And so if you have not looked into that, you may want to look into ways to get in touch with your own inner magic and create, whether it's protective things or healing spells or things like that, I'm not the best source to like ask about this stuff. But I also don't think that you necessarily your soul has wisdom that nobody can communicate for you. Trust when you're led to resources, but also trust yourself to do things that are right for you. The modern idea of witchcraft is very different from what it used to be. And really all it is using the elements of the planet and the magic that is within and around all the elements to create a world you would like to see, and to create hopefully positive change. But you are someone with a lot of magic and a lot of power, and I can see that it's been very painful for you to try to show up in that way, but it's also very important for you to know that it was just people fearing your power. Now with this Ace of Pentacles in the flow, your soul is one that also can create something out of nothing. And if you have been trying, you will bloom wherever you're planted. And so one thing that you need to know about your soul is that you don't have to necessarily know what is going to be right for you, because you will feel this instinctual, okay, I can grow here, I can do this. When it feels easy to be in the flow of your life, that's when you'll know you're in the right environment or you're in the right soil. When it becomes too challenging and exhausting to just do the bare minimum, that's when you know you're out of alignment with what your soul is needing. But your soul is one that that it doesn't really matter what your life circumstances are. Your soul's gonna find the growth it needs in whatever circumstances it is. And I think that's why it's really important that you trust, the flow of your life and the flow of where things are taking you, and trust in the uncertainty of it all, because your soul knows what it's doing. And you don't necessarily, you are very intuitive. You will know if you need to do something or if you need to make a change. And if you do, you'll do it. And if you don't need to, you won't feel that urge. So if you start questioning yourself, remember, I'm trying to think whether I should use this example or not, but I'm going to take this pleasure card as a confirmation. All right, if you've ever had an orgasm, you know what that feels like. It's the same thing with soul wisdom and intuitive hits, powerful intuitive hits. You'll know when you need to do something. you'll know if you need to shift something, and you'll know if something is off because you will feel it. If you don't feel it, then there's nothing wrong. Stop. Don't let yourself run into this narrative that you're creating something or doing something wrong. But finally, with this Six of Pentacles, your soul is a giver. And one thing that your soul is here to learn is that it is enough, and that you not only deserve to take up space on this planet, but you also deserve to enjoy the space that you take up, and that you don't need to suffer in order to prove to others that it's okay for you to celebrate life. Like, suffering is just as part of life as the joyful moments are. And in your case, I think that part of your lifetime this time is about breaking free of what stopped you from feeling like you can't enjoy your life now, and that you can enjoy your life no matter what your circumstances are. Your soul is here to experience pleasure in a physical sense, whether that is through smelling beautiful candles that you can use code 10 ASO10 that you can use code ASO10 for 10% off on. Food, hugging a friend, listening to awesome music. Like, there are so many beautiful things about being human, and you don't need to prove to anyone that you deserve to experience those things, and you don't need to prove to anyone that you're enough. And in fact, the understanding that you are enough is going to make it easier to know when you need to give to others and when you need to give to yourself. You are by nature a giver, and you are by nature very generous, but you may have a hard time allowing yourself to receive. And I think that you may be uncomfortable with receiving pleasure. Maybe in a physical sense, but I think just in general, receiving positive experiences is something that I think that you maybe have believed you're unworthy of because you haven't earned them. And what you need to understand is that it's not about earning. It's about recognizing that everybody deserves to feel good. Everybody deserves to have positive experiences, not because of what they do, but because they are human, and you are human, and your soul knows that it's enough. Your soul knows that you deserve to feel pleasure, and your soul knows when giving is healthy and when giving is distorted. So all of this inner work that you're doing is really beautiful, because all it's really leading to is more of you being able to step up and step in to this life of yours. And I think more than anything, what your soul wants you to know is that you don't need permission from anyone to start making the moves you want to make and doing the things you want to do. You are the sun, you are a light. It doesn't matter what you do. All that matters is that it brings you joy, and that it's authentic. And it doesn't even have to be that it brings you joy. It has to be that it's authentic. Sometimes the things that bring us joy are not things that we do in the moment, but the results are what bring us joy, So really, more than anything, I think on a soul level, your soul is learning how to recognize that you are enough, and that you have power that nobody can take from you. You have light that no one can steal from you. If you even believe that concept is a thing or exists, heal that. Nothing can steal or take from you what is you. Your soul is a giant, bright light that is here to learn how to share that light without being bogged down by those who can't receive that light. The sun doesn't stop shining because someone's like, you're too bright, like, turn it down, turn it off. The sun's just doing its thing. And fortunately for the sun, it is a giant ball of burning plasma, and it does not have an ego the way that we do. So it doesn't even have ears. So the sun's like, what? I can't hear you. And it doesn't even matter. She just keeps on shining. So that's really what you have to do. And I think more than anything, your soul is learning a lot of powerful lessons this lifetime. And I think that one of the interesting paradoxes of your soul is that you have a very wise old soul, but it's very young here. Because no matter how many lifetimes you've had here, it seems like you're still learning a lot of important lessons when it comes to bridging your soul light on this planet in a way that bridging your soul light on this planet, period, and learning how to accept what the responses are to that, and recognize that you are the most powerful. You are the person you need to please, and also your light is more powerful than you'll ever realize, and you don't need to understand it in order to share it. And also know and trust that your soul has the wisdom to express that power in ways that are aligned and beneficial. and that if you're expressing your power in ways that are not positive, supportive, beneficial to you, that will be brought to your attention, and you can forgive, release, and heal that and learn from it so that you can be even more wise with your power. More than anything, who are you? A very powerful, beautiful light in this world that I'm really glad is realizing that you need to stop hiding so much of yourself, because the world needs you. The world needs your light, and you are enough just as you are. Do never, never, never doubt the impact that your heart makes and the beauty that exists within you and within every interaction you have. You are so special and so important, and I really can't wait for you to continue seeing how incredible you truly are. And I really hope that you continue to shed what doesn't serve you and embody more of your light. So pile 1, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and my channel and show me appreciation. But if you'd like to do that in other ways, you can leave me a like, you can subscribe if you haven't, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can also check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch. You can check out my Instagram. But yeah, that's really all I have. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whatever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Weird Cat Tarot, this is going to be your reading on Who Are You Really? So we're going to use this deck when we get to your soul. But we're going to start with your surface. If you'd like a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. But I'm going to be using different decks for each layer. So if the surface level part resonates, we're looking at your surface level personality first. Then you found the right reading for you. And if it doesn't resonate, this reading is not for you. I would try a different pile. And if there is no reading for you in this reading, I'm sure there is one in the last version of this I did. So I don't know how I did it, but just trust that if you're drawn to it, there's a reason. Okay, pile 2's surface personality spirit. What is pile 2 like on the surface? We have the 7 of Swords. I immediately felt this impulse to make a joke. Like, I feel like sometimes I can't joke because it hurts some of your guys' feelings, and I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just trying to be silly but you know, if my silliness hurts your feelings, then it's not very silly and very fun, is it? So I won't. Pile 2, spirit. Pile 2's surface level personality. We have the Queen of Pentacles. Pile 2's surface level. Woof, okay. That is a bunch. I'm not taking all of this. I'm taking Neptune. What is underneath? Well, it's the Hanged Man, but oh, the 3 of Pentacles. Okay, interesting. All right, I'll take that since it's underneath the card. But okay, we're going to clarify with the Animal Spirit Oracle. Isn't that satisfying? Like, I swear I could just sit here and like yes. Okay. Sorry, I burped. I did it again. Okay. Spirit, can you clarify the 7 of Swords? We have the Dragonfly. Can you clarify the Queen of Pentacles? Interesting. All right, we got the Dolphin and the Swan. I guess I'm gonna have to space these out a little bit better. And then can you clarify the Hanged One with the 3 of Pentacles? We have the Beaver. Okay, so I wonder if this is gonna be a common theme. This is very different vibes from pile 1, but one of the similar things that you have to pile 1 is, gosh, people are so wrong about you. why was I holding this up so close to my face? If I say Neptune instead of the Hanged One, that is because in this deck, all of the titles and the minor arcana are in the black font, but then the major arcana, they switched it, and it's confusing as hell. I love this deck, but it's confusing as hell. But you could have a moon in Aquarius, you could have your Mars in Capricorn, you could be a Pisces, or have a lot of earth, water energy. But let's go ahead and get into this. So your surface level personality is one where, y'all, people are jealous of you. And this is the thing. You are abundant and you are perceived as being very abundant, but you're also very nurturing and very wise. And once again, I'm hearing this song, Pretty Girl Rock by Carrie Hilson. And I think what people need to understand about you is that you've earned everything that you have worked for. And with this Seven of Swords here, it seems like people don't really see a lot of the internal chaos that you may deal with. And so it's very easy for surface level people to project this idea of who they think you are based only on what they can see. With the Seven of Swords being here, I do think that you come across as incredibly put together and honestly amazing. And I think a lot of, and you might be like, what? Like, I'm so chaotic, or I'm so this, or I'm so that. It doesn't matter. We'll look at what's going on in your internal world. But from what I can see, just the fact that we started out with the Seven of Swords here and the Dragonfly, I really do think that part of your surface level personality is more reserved, especially about what's going on inside of you. I don't really think you're the type of person to openly share like what's going on with you. And so I think as a result, people kind of assume that you either don't really have problems or that life is just easy for you. With that Seven of Swords here, if people can see whatever they want to see in you. And for people who are intimidated or triggered by what they perceive you have, by your success, by your security in yourself, and like I said, success, security in yourself. I hope you have those things. Success is subjective, by the way. But it seems like a lot of people, not a lot of people, but some people project their negative assumptions onto you. And I can see that that's probably something that's really painful. And I think as a result, you feel like you probably share even less of yourself, which honestly exacerbates this even more, because you are sharing even less. People have more room to speculate. And that's not your problem. It's just a reality and something that I'm seeing here. But I definitely think that you also have a hard time recognizing darkness around you, because I think for you, you're always looking for the light. And that's a beautiful thing. That's actually, part of like a big reason as to why you are the way that you are. You're an incredibly nurturing, caring, compassionate person. And the people that see you for who they are, even if they don't know you very well, they see that. With this Queen of Pentacles, you could be a parent, and that could be an important part of your life experience. And so that could be something that people think about you, or you could be, in a significant committed relationship, and that could be something that people view as well. But with the dolphin and the swan clarifying the Queen of Pentacles, your sense of nurturing, healing, emotional sensitivity, like those are all things that you share freely and without restraint. And the people that are not, if I'm being honest, like complete boogers, those, the people that aren't boogers, like they see that and they find that so incredible. And honestly, and here's the thing, I'm not reducing people to boogers, but they have booger attitudes. And if they want to stop being a booger, they have the power to do so by changing their attitude and looking within and not projecting their pain outwards. But this is an anti-booger zone, so blow your nose. And anyway, I don't know why that it had to come through the way that it did. But what I do know is that it seems like you take the high road. And if you're like, no, I do not, then this is not your pile with peace and love. Because if this message is for you, you do. And I think that people who don't take the high road, people who are in favor of being petty, hate that about you, because you won't play that game with them. You won't stoop to their level. And they're going to perceive that as you being above them or acting like you're above them, because they're disempowering themselves and looking at it from that way of like, they feel the tinge of rejection that you're not going to stoop to their level. You know what I mean? Rather than them rising above, they just want to bring you down. And the beautiful thing that I think a lot of people don't understand about you is that you have traversed deep, dark depths, and that you know what suffering feels like. You've walked through the valley of the shadow of death, and you've come out the other side, not only the beautiful parts of you still intact, but with more practicality, more wisdom, more earthly understanding. And at this point in your life, you come across as someone who is very abundant and very creative. You have a naturally healing energy, and you're a light to be around. And I think that people want the light that you have. And what they don't understand is that they have that light within themselves. And I think there are some people that want to take that light from you, especially if they think that your light reaps material abundance. And what they don't understand is that you're not motivated by material abundance. You're motivated by emotional satisfaction, by creativity, by passion, by purpose, by something deeper than the material. The material is just a beautiful, amazing benefit of you following your soul's light and your soul's guidance. And you know that the universe is going to care for you when you are serving others. And you are someone who serves. And part of what you do, part of your service, without you even realizing it, is you are reflecting back at people whatever they need to see. And for people that don't have much wisdom, and people that might be in a dark place, they might take your light as evidence or proof that they're unworthy or they're not enough. And even though that's not the truth, if that's what they believe about themselves, there's awareness in that. There's something there that they need to see. But if they're not willing to look at that, if that's too painful for them, if they're not at that place, they're going to blame you, and they're going to think you're the problem. And I think that you've probably been starting to recognize that, but it doesn't make it any less painful, because you want to help people. You care about connecting with people. And there are a lot of people who see you as you are, as a wonderful human being. And quite frankly, a down-ass bitch. And what is a down-ass bitch? Like a ride or die. You are a DAB. And with the Three of Pentacles and the Hanged Man, you not only have worked very hard to get where you are, but you're a team player. With the Beaver here as well, you're very family oriented, and you're trustworthy, and you're reliable, and you're also someone who is very accepting and understanding. Instead of trying to control the world, you flow with what is, and you do the best that you can with the knowledge you have. You're also someone who makes a lot of sacrifices for the greater good, whether that be your family, whether that be yourself, whether that be, I just heard the word cohort. You are more than willing to make the necessary sacrifices that you need to. And it's quite possible that in the past you did that in more distorted ways, where you sacrificed for people that only wanted to take from you, that didn't want to give. But you also are someone who has navigated these deep, dark depths of the world and come out someone more accepting, understanding, and more compassionate. In fact, I find myself even describing the people that come at you in a more immature way, calling them boogers, because honestly, they are acting like boogers. And it's sad, because it's they don't have to. And I think that there's a part of you that probably doesn't allow yourself to just be human and be yeah, I don't need to deal with those boogers today. I think there's a part of you that is so accepting and compassionate and nurturing of all people. It's okay, well, how can I deboogerify them? And that's not your job. And I think that you're learning that, and learning that, it's not a betrayal to others to choose yourself. And it's a betrayal to yourself to be less of yourself or keep yourself in environments where you're not accepted and supported in all that you are. And I think that you've been recognizing that. You're a very wonderful person, like inside and out. Like one big thing that I am like seeing here is just how sweet and how kind and supportive and understanding you are. But also, like, I think a lot of the people in your circle recognize when there are boogers around you, and they will let you know. I honestly, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, if you have like a good team of people around you, I wonder how long that took you. And I also want to say, like, congratulations, because everybody deserves that. And I think one thing I will say is obviously trust your judgment, trust your own judgment first and foremost. But I do think that for some of you, you've got people in your circle that are very protective over you, and protective over you for the right reasons, that want to make sure that you don't let, I guess, boogers. I don't know why I'm calling them boogers, but not letting people with booger vibes, affect you and take advantage of you. But one thing I will say as well, though, is that I definitely think you sell yourself short a little bit. Like, you underestimate your value and underestimate your impact, which is wild, because you impact way more than you realize. Like, everything that you've done to grow and become a better person has only amplified the magic that you came into this world with. You are innately healing. You are joy. You are beauty and wisdom itself. And you are that by just being you. And you are someone that makes people feel safe. You are someone that makes people feel supported. You are the person that you want to be in the world. And people that are not stuck in their shadows see that. The ones that are stuck in their shadows believe it's a lie, because they can't embody that themselves. It's like the same thing as, people who cheat are constantly accusing other people of cheating. And that's because they themselves are capable of it, and they themselves are likely doing it. You know what I mean? And so for someone who believes that being genuine towards others isn't real and that relationships are transactional, of course they're going to believe that you're fake or that there's something wrong with you, because they haven't learned how to cultivate that within themselves, so they can't see it. So they automatically distrust it because they don't view relationships from that genuine place. And it's likely that you already know that, but it's easy to forget it. And I think in your case, you are someone who's very secure, abundant, practical, impressive, and it shakes some people, but for a lot of others it inspires and motivates them. They're like, damn, I want to be more like Pile 2. I hope you like that beaver pun. Anyway, let's get into your inner world now, because I really want to see what's going on in your internal world. Because for some of you, I feel this hardcore denial of what I'm saying, and I'm like, wow, that must be really hard to be in denial of reality for you, that you're this wonderful. I can't wait to shatter that. Okay. And by shatter, I mean shatter the illusion that you're less than wonderful. I also want to mention, though, while I'm shuffling, like, I just want to give a big shout out to everyone who leaves the time to, like, leave me a little like or a subscribe or a comment. Those are simple, easy ways to help me. And they also, like, let me know what you want to see more of. So thank you to everybody who does that and who supports me. Anyway, Spirit, can you tell me about Pile 2's inner world? Who are they on an inner level at this time? We have the Stag with the World. We have the Eight of Swords. There we go. I knew there was something. Oh, also, a lot of people see that you self-sabotage, and it's, like, really hard to watch, because it's like seeing... It's like Lightning McQueen believing that he's not a race car. It's like, bruh, you're literally at the Piston Cup. Like, what's up with the imposter syndrome? There we go, the angel with the star. There's that beautiful light that I knew was there. and the skull with the Hierophant. Wow, yeah, you have a lot of major internal energies. And once again, that Eight of Swords, like, man, your mind gets in the way. And here's the sad thing is that I think that people, not even like people, but society itself, like societal narratives can plant ideas about like the value of your gifts or the value of what you're sharing. And it's just not true. Like, society doesn't know anything. I don't know if you've noticed. Anyway, but we are society and we know nothing. We're all just trying to grow and learn. I'm being really hard on other people, and I think it's because you're so hard on yourself, and you're probably like feeling defensive of them. Stop it. Stop. If the people have the right to be boogers, I also have the right to call them out on their booger attitude, and they're not even here. I almost said something. Okay. I almost said something that was slightly shady. And I don't even agree with it, so I'm going to release it. But that's the beautiful thing about choices, is that choices can always allow us to do better and grow. Can we clarify the world, please? What's going on with pile 2's inner world? We have confusion, yes. Can we clarify the Eight of Swords? We have dissipating. We have the Star, we have empaths, and finally, what about the Hierophant? What's going on internally? Renewal, beautiful. Okay, so bottom of the deck is balance, and you know what's interesting about this balance is that everybody's mad at this guy for being balanced, and I think that you have been. If you've been in a more regenerative, like hermity place, I wouldn't be shocked, but you're going through a major shift right now. And that shift is out of confusion and into clarity, especially when it comes to understanding your role in this world, understanding the space that you deserve to take up, understanding what isn't yours to understand, and recognizing when the questions of life are something that motivate us forward and when the questions of life are something that bog us down. You know, with the Stag here, I know that pride can be a sin, but it's not sinful to be proud of how far you've come. It's not sinful to acknowledge how hard you've worked. And I think that you are actually a very humble person. You certainly wouldn't call people boogers like I am incessantly for some reason. But if you do, forgive yourself. I forgive myself. You know, it's hard to deal with the negativity of the world and not get bogged down by it or be frustrated by it. And it's important to remember that you choosing to be kind is a powerful choice. And I hope you forgive me for calling them boogers. I'm sorry, boogers. You're people. But I do hope you heal your booger attitude. I do. I really do. And I don't know what is up with boogers. I don't know what is up. But what I do know is that it seems like you have a hard time affirming the fact that what other people think and say about your life is not the truth. I think that you get yourself really, really worked up in a tizzy, if you will, about either what people think of you or how you come across. Like, for example, you may even find that you don't want to do nice or good things in the world because people assume negative intentions. And that's frustrating, right? It's like, how are you going to criticize someone doing charitable things when all you're doing is nothing? But that's how it is. That is how do nothing bitches are. Like, that's really, like, there's this reel. I don't know who the creator was, but she's really beautiful. Like her reel was beautiful. Like, it was edited to be like this 1950s style thing, and it was like, how to deal with do nothing bitches. Like, and it was basically just talking about how, like, you know, the people that are doing nothing are always criticizing the people doing something, and that's because they got nothing to do, because they're doing nothing. And I think in your case, you might almost take in that D&B energy and then it causes you to actually do nothing because you're so worried about the efficacy or the frivolity of what you're doing, you know? And you might be just taking other people's belief systems as truth. I really think the most powerful form of healing you're stepping into is one where you have enough self-esteem to recognize that it doesn't matter what people think about how you show up in the world and the impact that you make. But if you take their words to heart, it will stop you from doing what you want to do. It will slow your momentum down, and it will make it more painful and challenging for you to share more of yourself and your light with the world. And I think you know that. And I think that's something that you're really just over. And I'm over it for you too. And I think in your case, especially, whenever you feel trapped or feel held back, if you feel like it's because of someone else or because of something outside of you, you need to take a step back and be like, okay, what within me is making me believe that this is a real barrier? Because I feel like more often than not, the actual barrier is fear of going against the status quo, fear of what you want to share, what you want to do not being received well. And the thing is like, you have received in the past for going outside of your comfort zone, for not listening to that fear. The more you listen to love, the more you come from a genuine place. Like it may not change the fear aspect, but at the very least, it will show you why the fear isn't worth listening to. Because when you move through it, the love behind what you're doing and the love that you receive as a result is so much more powerful than the what ifs. And so I definitely think in your inner world right now, you're really working on where you disempower yourself through your belief systems and where you create difficulty when it comes to accessing that healing energy for yourself. You know, a cactus, it's got all these spikes because inside of it is water. And, you know, they're in like deserts, and what's not in a desert? Water. And so at times I feel, so it might be that like, it's hard for you to feel your own healing energy within you because you're either thinking about it or you are assuming that you don't have it or that you need it or that it's outside of you. And that's just not true. Like, you have naturally occurring like healing energy within you, and it's always there for you. And I think what you need to know is that healing energy is not just within you, it's connected to you. And we'll look at that when we look at your soul energy. But I definitely think whenever you're getting caught up in worry and fear, just know it's so much smaller than the major shifts you're going through. Like, you have 3 major arcanas out, and so like there's a lot of major healing happening and a lot of major restructuring happening right now, which I think is awesome. So awesome. Like, especially in this dimension, like whatever you've been learning spiritually, mentally, emotionally, it's gonna be showing in the physical realm. And if it isn't, you'll be feeling it and experiencing it soon. But anyway, with the star here, I definitely think that you're feeling hopeful about the future and feeling like everything is going to be okay, even if you don't understand it. The fact that we have impasse here, I always remember the story behind this card, and it's essentially that 2 hikers are trying to go down this path, but there's this giant in the way and won't let them through. And even though they try to get the giant to let them through, he won't. And so they have to take another route. And when that happens, after that, an avalanche happens that would have surely deleted them off this planet if they had followed it. And so what they thought was a frustrating blockage was actually the universe protecting them from an avalanche. Well, the giant protecting them from an avalanche. But in this case, the giant is the greater universe, and the impasse is any blockages you feel on your path. Because this is the thing, the universe loves you enough to protect you from what wouldn't serve you. And so it could be that you've recently shifted your perspective around what blockages actually are and what they look like for you. But I also think that this star card is about the fact that you have been focused on healing, and you are healing your perspective and healing how you see delays or setbacks or impasses. I also think that you're realizing that sometimes these frustrating blockages are actually the universe protecting you from something worse happening, from being in a position that would, genuinely harm you. And so I think that in your internal world, you're starting to see your own light and you're starting to realize how powerful it is, but you really have no concept. I'm glad you're starting to see it. I don't know if you'll ever have concept of it through your human perception. But I think that's almost a good thing, because one, it makes it so that your ego can't get like attached to that. But also it's sad in the sense that you will probably always kind of doubt how much you really impact the world. And I just hope that the world reflects back to you the impact that you have, because you really do have a big one, and you are an earth angel for sure. So with the Hierophant here in renewal, I definitely think, I wouldn't be shocked if you've gone through like, I don't know if I want to call it like a glow up, but at the very least like a positive shift in your habits, behaviors, belief systems, and structures. I feel like you have been working really hard to make your internal world somewhere that's not a challenging place to be. And also I think that you've been doing a lot to really support yourself and find support systems outside of yourself to make your inner world a place you want to be. I also think that your inner world is becoming a safe haven for you in a way that maybe you wanted to escape it in the past, and I just think that's so awesome. I also think that if you've been in a period where you've felt like you're losing everything, or that like you just don't have the energy to do the same things again, I feel like you've probably been in a winter, and I think you're entering like in an inner winter, and now you're entering into like an inner spring. I definitely think that you are being reborn in a very balanced and powerful way, where a lot of the healing light that you have, it's not just going to be given to the people outside of you, it's also going to be given to yourself more so. And I think you're going to have a much better handle of how you heal yourself, how you heal others, and how your healing energy is best cultivated, is best protected, is best shared. I really do think you're going through this powerful transformation where, even though these core parts of you are staying the same, you're recognizing what in the earthly world and in your human body supports it and doesn't. And you're learning how to create systems and structures for yourself that nourish and support not only the person you want to be, but the person the universe needs you to be, which is yourself. And as a result, that is also lending to you having more energy and feeling less confused and feeling less uncertain, because the thing is like, there are a lot of things that we can never anticipate or know, and it's not our job to know them. It's our job to just trust that whenever we are meant to know them, we will, and that if the universe needs us to know something, they will let us know in the time that is right. But with that being said, I want to go ahead before we look at your soul. I do want to reiterate though, like, your inner world looks really beautiful. Like, your inner world in general is very powerful, and I think that you're right now in this process of like building it to be more positive in ways where that positivity doesn't just stay as like an ideal, but rather is something that you guide yourself with and use to fuel earthly progress. I definitely think that your lower chakras are healing, and I also think that you are realizing that you don't have to know everything or get anyone's permission to make an impact or do something cool, powerful, fun, healing, whatever. So I'm gonna use this deck to get some affirmations / guidance from your soul about your inner world. So what does pile 2 soul want to say about the stag? Life is good to me. And I think that's the thing too, is maybe you felt like, why do I have all this? Like, why do I deserve this? Like, why is life being good to me? And I think that's one thing that we need to realize, is that the universe is compassionate enough to reflect back our experience and our belief systems. But the universe is also compassionate enough to step in and show you where life could be better and where life is already good, and that maybe you're not seeing it because you're worried or stuck in your head. I think this confusion card really works with like the 8 of Swords card. I think what you're realizing is that you don't need to justify why you deserve for things to be good. Like, you don't need to justify why you deserve success. And I think also like maybe the fulfillment that you feel around how far you've come, like what you might be worried, like what if things just get worse now? What if things don't work out? And it's like, that's not true. Look at how far you've already come. If you're tired, if you're exhausted, if things are slower than they used to be, that's okay. You have reached the end of a cycle and a new one is starting. That's why this is all about renewal. You're not meant to be in bloom all the time. You know, plants have life cycles, you know, and when some plants die, new seeds are formed. Like when some plants are growing, others are decaying. And so this is all about you recognizing that your inner rhythms are something you deserve to honor, and recognize that the outside world does not operate on inner rhythms. It operates on distorted masculine ideals of, you know, productivity to the point of exhaustion. It focuses on numbers, on measured visual progress, on money, on things that can be very stifling to the soul. And I think you're realizing like you're gonna have to create your own systems, and I think you have been doing that. And the more you do that, the more you'll realize just how little you need to take the opinions of the outside world, because most people, whatever they're spouting, it's either because it works for them and so they just believe that that's all it needs to be, or they haven't explored themselves enough to even know what works for them, or realize that what works for them may not be what works for you. Spirit, and also remember that it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Spirit, 8 of Swords. What does pile 2's soul want to say about this 8 of Swords? I choose happy and loving thoughts. I feel good and express love for myself and others. And I think for myself is the key word here, because here's the thing that I would pay attention to too. I bet that you're especially giving when your internal world is at its worst. And that's because you are projecting outward what you need, which is care, nurturing, compassion, love, and acceptance towards yourself. And by giving it to others, that is how what feels acceptable and normal to you. But that doesn't mean that that's the truth. In fact, what you really need is that towards yourself, and maybe less of that towards others. And if you feel guilty doing that, that guilt needs to be healed. You know, trust that people can care for themselves, and that it's not your job to save everyone. You got to put your own oxygen mask on first. What about this Star card? Everything happens according to divine timing for the best results. And yeah, I think you're starting to realize, like, I feel like you're getting better at reading the signs of the universe and not interpreting not trying to force an interpretation if you don't have one, and also just being open to receiving insight and not immediately placing like judgment or assuming what something means or why something is happening. And that's awesome. Good for you. What about the Hierophant, Spirit? It is easy for me to attract all that I need into my life. I do this by relaxing and trusting that things are going to work out perfectly. Great for this renewal. And I am strong enough to face every issue in my life with courage and trust. So I guess this renewal energy is based in these two ideas. Love that for you. Okay, let's go ahead and look at your beautiful soul now. Okay, Jesse McCartney coming through. Jesse McCartney entering the chat. So finally getting to this tarot. Oh, look, there's a star again. You're a star, baby. Pile 2's soul, Spirit. Who is pile 2 at a soul level? I do want to say, like, to summarize like who you are on an inner level, at least right now, you are someone who is integrating a past cycle, who's maybe struggling with doubt and fear as you enter a new phase of life, but you're also recognizing that you're where you need to be. You have a very healing inner world and a very intelligent, powerful inner world, a very loving inner world that is being supported now with more solid structures and belief systems that are less yielding and more rigid in a way that works for you, that supports you, and that's rigid in terms of your needs, not rigid in terms of like expectations around you, rigid in what you need and not allowing society to bend that. That's awesome. You're a very powerful human being, and your inner world is healing in very powerful ways and becoming so much stronger and so much more supportive to the person that you're becoming. And I love to see that. But Spirit, who is pile 2 on a soul level? Oh, Ace of Cups. Yes. Who is pile 2 on a soul level? We have the 3 of Swords. Who is pile 2 on a soul level? Yes, we have the Lovers. You are. Oh, it's just a beautiful ball of love. Okay, what else? What else is pile? We have the Fool. Aw. Oh, you're so cute. One more. We have the Chariot. Yeah, victory and success is literally in your soul's DNA. Like, and Ace of Wands on the back of the deck. So you have a lot of powerful energy to you for sure. Oh, God, I love to see this. So I'm going to use this Soul Space Oracle to clarify. Spirit, can you clarify this Ace of Cups? What is pile 2's soul like? Wisdom, yes. Can you clarify the 3 of Swords? What is pile 2's soul? We have pleasure. What about the Lovers? What is in pile 2's soul? Gratitude, yes. What about the Fool? What is in pile 2's soul? Who is pile 2 at a soul level? We have Visible and Brave, which I love. And one more. Warmth. I love this. Oh, okay. You guys are so awesome. And no wonder you have done so much so far, because look at this amazing soul that you are. Starting with the Ace of Cups, never, ever let anyone make you believe that your soft, kind heart is something that is wrong and that you shouldn't have. The love that you have, not only for the people in your life, but also just random strangers you've never met, the love that you have for creatures that are not human, the love that you have for this planet, the love that you have for beings that you've never even met, that's wisdom. Your loving nature and unconditionally loving nature is part of your wisdom. And there are going to be souls that don't understand that because they haven't learned those lessons yet. And so when they think about love, they think about it through this conditional idea that love is something to be earned, or that you can only love people that you know intimately. And that's just not true. I love you guys. You love people all the time that you don't know. I don't need to sit down and see your face in order to know that you're a living, breathing soul with a beautiful heart that is so worthy of love. Like, I'm seeing you right now through these cards, and I fucking love you. Like, and I think that's the thing, is like, love is not logical. And society is based on like at least Western society is so deeply based in logic and reason over everything. And that's distorted. Logic and reason has a place at the table, but it's not meant to take up the entire table. There are so many other aspects of life that this overabundance of logic and reason stifles. And so for us who are conditioned to look at things that way, you're going to be looked at as crazy for being so loving and nurturing and compassionate. But it's not crazy. It's wise. That wisdom is something that your soul has spent millennia learning to love. And that is the most pure, love is the most pure essence of all that is and of the universe. And that part of you that loves, That's your God light. That is your divinity. And that is something that nobody can ever take away from you. You might believe that you've lost it. You might believe that it can disappear, but it can always come back. With this Ace of Cups, aces are all about opportunities, but aces are all about, like, in this case especially, this ace is, for me, something that reminds me that your soul is never going to give up on you, and never going to let you give up on yourself, and never going to let you stop looking for the reasons why humanity is worth saving, why humanity is worth loving, why people with booger attitudes deserve love. I don't want to call them boogers directly, because it's like, it's not that they're a literal booger, it's that they're exhibiting booger behavior, or, you know, in their booger energy. And let's hope that they get a tissue, wipe off their snot, and start healing. I hope so. And I think that you have that same hope. And I think that's very beautiful. And never let anyone delude you into believing that you should make your heart smaller, or that you should stop loving and caring about people just because they have different belief systems, or just because they're different from you. That love is a powerful, beautiful thing, and that love is an aspect of your soul. And so when people don't understand it, you just have to recognize it's because they haven't discovered that yet. Their soul hasn't learned that yet. And they will. Someday. Maybe not this lifetime, but someday. With the Three of Swords and pleasure, one thing that your soul is here to learn how to do is to navigate the challenge of your journey versus the greater collective. With the Three of Swords, I think I would be really interested to know what your Chiron is in. But in your case, I think that you may have wounds around believing that, like, enjoying life or pleasurable things is automatically painful, or that you don't deserve to feel good about life because there are other people suffering. This could also be something around, I do think in general you are learning how to heal on a soul level, in terms of like being open to receive the pleasures of life, being open to accepting the gifts that people want to bring you. But also I think that this is about recognizing that it's not insensitive or wrong to care for yourself, even though others may be suffering. It's not wrong to enjoy your life even when the things are not well. I don't know if you've noticed, but for all of recorded history, things have kind of been not well. It's going to continue to be that way, and we're doing our best. And this is the thing I do want to say, and I'm sure you've seen this too. We are waking up. Humans are. We are becoming more compassionate, more forgiving, more accepting, more loving, and you're a part of that. And I'm a part of that, but I have displayed probably the worst parts of that. I shouldn't be calling people boogers. I shouldn't. That's my ego. You know, my ego feels defensive over you because I see this light and I'm like, I can't believe these boogers would try to, like, it makes me mad. It makes me really mad. But you know, that emotion, that rage is saying something. It is expressing rage at the injustice of someone, your beautiful light, being diminished or distorted by someone who is not embodying their light and is not doing the work. And the thing is that they have every right to not do the work and project whatever they want onto you, because they serve doing that too. They don't serve themselves, but they certainly serve your growth, and they serve my growth, because like even just me being like, why am I calling them boogers? That's not nice. It's kind of dehumanizing. We can all do better. And forgiveness of others starts with forgiveness of yourself. And I think in your case, you are learning to forgive yourself for, you know, not always making the decisions that are in your best interests, not always doing the things that would make you happier or make your life better, because maybe you've believed that you deserve to suffer. Maybe you've just been in too much pain to see the light. Whatever it is, that's okay. But also understanding that pleasure and pain are two polarities of the same experience, and that you can't have one without the other, and learning to accept the fact that those are going to coexist. You know, pain is a mechanism for our body to let us know something's wrong. you know, like people without pain receptors, like it's so, like life is so dangerous for them because they could just be like putting their hand on a hot stove and not even realize it, and like get their like skin super burned. Like it's, pain has a place, the darkness has a place, boogers have a place. And I mean the literal ones, not the metaphorical ones that I'm speaking of. Like everything has its place, and it's not our job to necessarily understand it, but it is our job to work with it when it comes to us and do our best with it. And I think in your case, let's talk about this Lovers card and this Gratitude card. On a soul level, you have a lot of wisdom and a lot of love. I would not be shocked if you have a close affinity with Archangel Raphael. He is in the original, or not the original, he's in the Rider-Waite Lovers card. And I feel like your soul is just so full of love. I would not be shocked if you are energetically pretty androgynous. Like you have like a very strong balance of both feminine and masculine energy within you. Everybody has that, but you know, there are plenty of people that have a dominance of masculine energy or a dominance of feminine energy. And I think that you have your energy is very interchangeable between the two, which is so cool. I also, with this Lovers card, it makes me wonder if you have some sort of like divine counterpart, like just a special soul counterpart, whether in this lifetime or guiding you. For those of you who that resonates for, you know, take it. But I think more than anything, your soul is a lover, and your soul looks at life through the lens of love. And not only that, your soul is very grateful. If you ever feel like you're ungrateful, just know that an ungrateful person wouldn't even be thinking about whether they're grateful or not. They wouldn't care. They're too focused on the boogers in their nose. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if they've got $1 million in front of them. They got boogers in their nose. It doesn't matter. And even that, like, it doesn't matter if they, that's interesting that I said it that way. Like, the way that we value material items, like money and stuff like that, like, it can really confuse and complicate simple things, like giving from a place of love. And I think in your case, what you just need to remember is that there are a lot of people who are learning the difference between conditional and unconditional love. And your unconditional love, one, you're learning how to extend it to yourself, but two, you're also understanding that like the shortcomings that you see within yourself, the universe already knows, understands, and loves you anyway. Like, you don't need to beat yourself up. And I think one thing that your soul is really good at doing is really helping you look at things through the lens of love. But it may be challenging because sometimes it may be better for you to understand lessons about yourself through someone else than it is for you to do that through yourself. But you're a lover, not a fighter, and it's a beautiful thing to see. And I think your soul really is here to learn how to make an impact in this world without letting this world impact your loving light that you have in your heart. It's always going to be there. It can never disappear from you, but you may feel like sometimes it's hard to maintain, and that's okay. And whenever you do feel disconnected from that loving part of yourself, gratitude is what will help you recenter that. And actually, this is also interesting as well. Whenever you feel really stuck in pain, maybe that is the best excuse for like pleasurable self-care. And that'll help you kind of see, or at the very least, balance out, you know, the pain or frustration of any suffering you may feel. Like, at the very least, it's like, if you're going to experience one aspect of the polarity, you may as well let yourself experience the more pleasurable aspect of the polarity. At the same time, it may ease the pain of, you know, the painful polarity part of it. Anyway, with the Fool here, your soul is so adventurous and brave, which I know that's right there, but you're not only meant, like, you are meant to take risks. You are meant to do things in a authentic way, which won't always make sense to certain people. People might believe that your idea of the world is silly or foolish, that to be so loving is futile, but it is brave to openly love and openly be yourself and openly share with the world. It takes a lot of bravery. And in your case, that's what your soul is meant to do. Your soul is meant to shine your light. and you do that, don't stop. More than anything, your soul is a master at regeneration. So it doesn't shock me. You have the World here. The World is the last card in the major arcana. The Fool is the very first. So your soul is, y'all, my camera died. And when I tell you, I was so scared that none of what I had filmed had been recorded. I was like, no, don't tell me. Please don't tell me. That's gonna be so upsetting. But luckily, it got the vast majority of it. We were only missing the Chariot and Warmth. And the ironic thing, the funny thing about this is the camera stopped at like me talking about your soul being regenerative. So I guess that's a universal sign for me to be like, yep, and we can finish this video, which thank goodness. I mean, I would have just redone it. If it had been completely gone, I would have assumed that I did something wrong and I just needed to refilm it. But then I would have had to wait a day because, my goodness, I only got so much energy. But your soul, speaking of only having so much energy, let's talk about the Chariot and the Fool here. So your soul is innately intelligent, and it knows when you need rest. It knows when you need to move forward. It knows when you need to act. It knows when you don't. Your soul is also, success is encoded in your soul. And even though success is a definition, is a subjective, the definition of success is subjective, it really doesn't matter what you do. You just will end up being very successful at it. So for you, one, know that you're on fire, and like your light and your warmth melts the ice around other people's hearts. Like that is such a powerful and beautiful thing. And not only that, but nothing can stop you from moving forward except yourself. Your soul is so powerful, and so it has carried you through so many challenges this lifetime and previous ones. And your soul is here to make the world a lighter, more loving place. Your soul is quite literally here to be a living embodiment of the best aspects of humanity and a representation of how we can go about dealing with the dark aspects of humanity. Because let's be real, we all have a dark side, we all have darkness. It's about what we do with that darkness. Because the thing is darkness either consumes you or you alchemize it and you consume it and you figure out how to use it to your benefit. See it for what it is. Any negativity someone sends your way, you can alchemize it into something positive. Any challenging bullshit that comes your way, you can make it something empowering. There is always a solution. There is always room. If there is no path forward, you make one. If there is no way to make a path, you turn around and you keep looking elsewhere. This is an energy of never stopping. You may need to sit down, you may need to take a break, but you can't give up. Like your soul literally won't let you. I'm sure there's so many times where you've just been like, I'm so tired of doing this. Like I just want to be a normal person, or I just want to do this or that. And it's like, yeah, but you would be far more miserable because you would not be acknowledging your soul light. You would quite literally be stifling it. And it's painful to live in a way that's authentic to the soul. It requires constant evolution, constant growth and decay, constant reconstruction of what we know to be true and what we thought was real. But it's worth it, because the reason why your soul won't give up is because your soul is so hungry and thirsty for truth and for love and for wisdom and awareness, and nobody's talking about it. So somebody's gotta, and that somebody is you. And it's not that nobody's talking about it. It's just that there's a lot of noise in the world, and we need more people speaking up in that noise. You know, not all of it, none of us are perfect. You know, look at me. I called random individuals boogers the whole time. And I hope you can forgive me for that. I apologize to the people with booger behavior. I pray that you heal whatever is going on. And I pray that you forgive me for being so occupied about this booger thing. And I think that's just something within me, you know. I have a hard time with injustice, and I can see point blank how strong and beautiful, powerful, and important your light is. And I am a lover, but I'm also a fighter. And y'all don't really see that side. Well, not like fighting, like I don't like physically fighting or even like arguments. I just mean like I love love. I love seeing people thrive. I love seeing people win, and I love seeing people be happy, enjoy their life, enjoy who they are. And I love seeing other people step into their power and share that with the world. And I hate seeing other people who haven't stepped into their power yet try to tear down people who are, because those people don't have the wisdom yet to realize that the light that they see outside of them is within them as well, and that they have the power to cultivate that and grow and change. It's really hard to see people who can swim, or quite literally who are sitting in the kiddie pool believing that they can't stand up, not do so because they believe that. And it makes me mad that when that belief compounds with this idea of like, I'm so committed to not looking at myself, I'm gonna project my darkness outwards. I hate that, because the sweet, loving souls like you that are here to shine your light are being affected by that and are believing that there's something wrong. And you're not doing anything wrong. What you are doing is expressing the polarity of their negativity that they're going through. It is negativity. It is negative. And that's okay. But what's not okay is to believe that their negativity is reflected in truth rather than it just being reflected in their perspective and experience. We all have positive and negative experiences in life. We all suffer. Nobody leaves this earth unscathed. But there are many people who believe that others don't. And I don't know if it's that they believe that, but I think that there are many people whose suffering is so intense that they cannot see outside of their own. And that's okay. They need to work on theirs. It's not their job to be working on other people's suffering, but they don't see how they may bleed on others. And I just can feel that like you have been bled on by people you never hurt and never did anything to. And my natural sense of justice is like, that's unfair and it makes me mad. And the immature part of me that feels defensive wants to call their behavior very boogerish. But that's not compassionate towards them. And so the most compassionate thing I can do is forgive myself for being human and saying that, and forgiving them for not having the wisdom and awareness to go about in the world in maybe a more kind and more compassionate way. Everything serves, even the darkness, even the things we don't understand. And in the case that I just gave you, that darkness serves as a way for me to be a better person, and for me to be a more understanding person, and for me to be the type of person that doesn't allow injustice to be something that causes me to resort to a state of being that doesn't resonate with who I truly am. That, is lower instead of higher. And I think the idea of lower versus higher is kind of distorted, because it's not more evolved to be more loving. It's just more tuned in to the I don't know anything. Don't only take what resonates. Don't listen to the rest of me. But you guys are very real, and you can protect yourselves. I know that. But that doesn't mean I'm not still gonna be defensive and protective over you, because your soul light is so beautiful and it just needs more nourishment and encouragement. And I think that you're very good at neglecting your soul light, because I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just because you don't realize that you need it and you're so used to giving and sharing that you don't see it. But what I do know is that your soul is this like beautiful magnetic light, and your soul is constantly working to try and help heal you and help heal the people around you. And you serve by just being you. So never feel shame or fear or uncertainty or guilt for taking time for yourself, for being human, and publicly, talking about boogers or, whatever it is. Because the people, the real ones, the ones that are in a loving energy, are gonna compassionately accept and forgive whatever needs to be forgiven. And the ones that aren't, maybe they need to be told they have booger energy. Maybe that's what they need to hear in order to grow and evolve. I don't know. But what I do know is that I could put that in a nicer way. And I'm certainly never going to say that again. I hope so. This is the thing too, is like I'm half here when I'm doing this, so I grow and learn with you. And I think that's the thing, is your soul, this is it, okay? This is this Chariot vibe. Your growth and healing helps other people grow and heal too. Like your whole soul group benefits when you heal on a soul level, when you allow more of your soul through. You gain more support by being yourself and by unleashing more of yourself in the world and making the true version of yourself seen. If that true version of yourself is soft and caring and compassionate, instead of worrying that people will view that as fake, recognize that there are many souls who are just as soft and caring and compassionate as you that are afraid to express that because other people might think that. And so you can be a guiding light and a representation of the fact that that does exist and it is real. It's not fake. Sure, for some people it might be, but it's not for you. And if someone deems that as fake, they don't know your heart, and seems like they don't know theirs either. So why even take it as something to hold on to? The reason why you take it as something to hold on to is because you see their soul light, and you know that there's more to them than they realize, but they won't know that till they see it, and it's not your job to show them. The universe is very intelligent, and it will find ways for people to see things. There have been many times where I have, been very honest in ways that maybe were not the most compassionate, and I've had people that the reading was about come to it and find it, and they'll comment and they'll be like, this reading I realized was actually about me. And oftentimes it's harsh, but they know they need to hear it. So even then, and then I feel horrible because I'm like, oh my God, because that part of me is like, I feel protective over you guys, and do I need to be? I don't know, but I am. Like, it's just how I am. But that protectiveness should not cause me to resort to like name calling and silly things like that. That doesn't serve anyone. But doing the thing is what gives me the wisdom to not do the thing. And that's the same logic that you should apply when you act in a way that maybe isn't in alignment with your growth or in alignment with the person you're becoming. Forgiveness is such an important aspect of this, and wisdom comes from experience. And sometimes you're going to get up and fall. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes. And sometimes, things aren't always going to work out. But our greatest learning comes from that. And it's not about being perfect. It's about being brave enough to try. And that's what your soul is good at. It doesn't matter. If you get knocked down 20 million times, you'll get up 20 million and one. Your soul does not give up. And when you will know when you need to go within and tune out the world, because you can't have fun and laugh at things anymore. Like, I would not be shocked if for you guys, humor is a very important part of your healing process. And like, especially when you're going through really dark and intense things, it's okay to laugh at yourself, or to find the irony in it, or to do that. If that brings you healing, do that. Obviously not someone else's journey, because they may not be the same way, but don't let other people who wouldn't do that stop you from doing that. It's your journey. You're allowed to cope with it and heal in the way that's right for you. People don't have to agree with it, but they also, shouldn't be policing how you heal. So on a soul level, you are here to fuck shit up in the name of love and light. And I love that for you. You are here to be the most authentic version of yourself and show people that even in the face of great suffering, there is wisdom to be found. There is love to be shared. And honestly, it is during those times that the resilience of the human spirit shines through, and we really see what people are made of. And I think that you have been in those positions and seen what you're made of. And I think that you know that there's so much more to you. And like, this unfoldment of your life is such a gift. I can't wait for you to experience more of it and discover like more of how wonderful you are. And I just want you to know that your light and your love, like it heals people. It is healing yourself. It is healing the people around you. It is healing the world around you. And I just want you to be assured that you can never mess up. You can never do anything wrong because your soul is so determined to get it right that you will come back around and do it again. And here's the thing, if that made you groan, well, you better start listening to it now because your soul is not gonna let you fall off your path or do anything that takes you away from your truth. It might let you veer off the path a little bit to learn, but it's always gonna bring you back around. The universe is not going to let you fail. And honestly, there is no such thing as failure for you. Every experience is an opportunity to see the love and wisdom that is there. And that is what you are. You are love, you are wisdom. You are just such a beautiful expression of the universe around you. And it's not shocking that I just want to spend tons of time sitting and talking to you because you just have a wonderful energy and your soul light is incredible. I wouldn't say you're just a weird cat, you're also a cool cat. So thanks for being a cool cat, pile 2. Don't give up. Don't give up on the world. Don't give up on yourself. I know you won't, but there's ever a time where you feel like you are, that just means you need some time to go within and care for yourself. And when you come back out refreshed and rejuvenated, you'll see that, yeah, you just needed some rest. You'll always be ready to move forward again. Trust the flow. If you feel held back or like things are taking forever, it's probably because you're not meant to be going so fast. And when you are meant to be going fast again, it will be effortless and you won't even be thinking about it. So just know that nothing is lost. Everything is as it's meant to be. Your soul is powerful and so wise. If you trust the timing of it and the way it works with the universe to guide you, you literally don't even need to worry. You can just relax and follow the flow. You've got this. You're an incredible soul. I love you so much, File 2. So who are you? Really, really awesome, if I'm going to be honest. You are an incredible spirit of a person who shines light in everything that you do, and you genuinely do your best, and you are such a loving person. You are incredible. You are amazing. And honestly, like, there are no words to encapsulate the magnitude and beauty that lies in your soul. And so I'm going to stop trying to look for those, because the only thing that could truly express who you are is a feeling of immense unconditional love and gratitude that I don't even think I could convey in a human way. It's so much bigger and so much more special, and I'll never truly be able to do it justice, but I hope I've at the very least given you a little idea. So Pile 2, I apologize for the rambling, but also at the same time, I know you guys probably don't care, so thank you. If it did annoy you, thank you for forgiving me and for accepting my humanness as well. But thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch. You can check out my Instagram and my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. And I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope this helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose this deck, why did I just forget the name of the deck? The Dream Visions Tarot. I knew it was Dream something, but I couldn't remember. Then this is going to be your reading. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, but we're going to start by looking at your surface level personality to make sure that this is your reading, and it's also part of who you are. And then we will go from there. Obviously, if you didn't watch the intro, you may not know that the deck that you picked is the deck that we're going to use when we look at your soul. But I'm shuffling everything on camera today, which hopefully is satisfying. These are kind of hard to shuffle, so I am very big and strong for shuffling them. Anyway, Spirit, what is pile three's? Okay, surface level personality. Whew. Okay, King of Swords. Also got the Devil. Don't worry, that doesn't mean that like everyone thinks you're evil or something. Workaholic probably, but we'll see. What else? Spirit, what is pile three's surface level personality like? Wow, lots of air. We also have the Lovers. Okay. So I'm going to use this Animal Spirit Oracle to clarify. Spirit, can you clarify the King of Swords? We have the Swan. Can you clarify the Devil? We have Earthworm. And can you clarify the Lovers? Wow. Interesting. You are just a ball of contradictions, aren't you? Even on your surface level personality, it seems like people have trouble figuring you out. You're so cool. Oh my God. Okay. I can't wait to get into like your deeper layers. But first of all, let's just talk about signs. You could have Gemini placements or Capricorn placements. You could also have other air placements. But we also have water and earth down here. So like really everything's coming through. But Capricorn and Gemini are pretty heavy. And I would just also say air. So Libra as well. Definitely one thing about you that people notice is how intelligent you are. This earthworm energy is throwing me off, and this is why, because the Devil, obviously, I don't think people are looking at you and thinking, oh, I get it. People aren't looking at you thinking like, oh, this person is the Devil. Like, the Devil gets a bad rap because it's called the Devil, and, you know, especially if you live in the United States and somewhere in the Midwest or Deep South, you hear about the Devil all the time, and the Devil's constantly trying to get you to fall to its tricks. I don't think that is how people see you. But I do think that you have an unsuspecting or an innocent demeanor about you. People underestimate you. That's what it is. And there is this vibe about you that's actually, I think there's two groups in this. For some of you, you appear a lot more intimidating and like scary than you actually are. And for others, you appear very like approachable, sweet, innocent. And there's a lot more ruthlessness underneath that people don't see. So, and honestly, both of those descriptions could be true for you depending on the environment you're in. Like, for example, you know, if you're, I don't know, I don't think I have a good example, so never mind. If you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. I want to focus on this Gemini. Okay, one thing I will also mention about this deck, I love this deck so much, but the titles of the cards in the minor arcana are in this black lettering, but in the major arcana, the card name is in the parentheses lettering, and what astrological placement the card is associated with is in the black lettering. And so that trips me up. So if I accidentally say like Gemini or Capricorn instead of the Devil or the Lovers, that's why. You have a very powerful energy though, and you're very intelligent. Not only like people notice how strategic and intelligent you are. I wouldn't be shocked, especially if you're a woman and you were in, or if you've been in environments that are predominantly male, I wouldn't be shocked if you have had your gifts underestimated or your ability to keep up underestimated. Obviously, that example is very specific and that's not going to resonate for everyone. It doesn't really matter who you are. You can be in an environment and be underestimated. So that, I think you can ignore the semantics, but the underlying thing is I do think people underestimate you, and I do think you surprise them. You do have a dark side, though, that sometimes people do see. And I think sometimes people aren't expecting it. But the thing is that it comes out when you've been unfairly wronged and you reach a breaking point of how much you're willing to put up with. I think that this is something you probably really beat yourself up for. But I think that also, you know, there's a lot of wonderful qualities about you that the right people are going to forgive, and that the wrong people are not going to be able to hang around, because you eventually see the truth of like whether someone's really your friend or not, whether someone's really in your life for a good reason or not. I wouldn't be shocked if you have a sort of work hard, play hard mentality. And I also wouldn't be shocked if you feel at times like there are different parts of you vying for control. You have a powerful mind, and I wouldn't be shocked if you do something with like writing or creativity. People are very impressed by your ability to mirror others around you. I mean, we have that not only in this Lovers card, but we also have it in this Swan card. You're very eloquent and graceful, and you have a very healing energy. People love being around you, and I wouldn't be shocked if you feel like at times there's not enough of you to go around. I feel like people really admire your wit, and they also really admire your perspective on life. They do also notice that you can be very intense, and sometimes it's very shocking because some people don't see it until you're in the right circumstances for that to happen. But you can get shit done. Like there is this energy about you where when you have a conviction about something, you are going to get it done come hell or high water. Like either it gets done or something happens to you to not allow you to complete it. Like that is how determined and intense you are. And I wouldn't be shocked too if you have been if you've dealt with addictions in the past, or just painful, challenging like vices. I feel like if you've been making changes, I think people are noticing those changes. Like if you've been making changes to be healthier, I think that the people around you are seeing that. I also think, I'm thinking of the phrase like every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. So depending on when you're watching this and where you're at in your life, if you're resonating with this reading, I would not be shocked if you have had some sort of like, I don't want to call it a glow up, because that word is kind of implied physically, which it could be true physically, but I think that this is more of just a general improvement of how you live your life, and a general improvement of your own self-care and the way you look at the world and view others. There is a calculating and cold side to you that I think even scares you sometimes. But that fear in of itself is a powerful mechanism to make sure that you don't go beyond, go too far, so to speak. You have a very powerful energy to you, and a very healing one at that. And maybe it's taken you a long time to discover those healing parts. I wouldn't be shocked too if maybe you grew up in a very toxic environment or toxic situation, and as a result in your early life, you were also attracted to people and situations that mirrored what you experienced in your childhood. And while those experiences were very challenging and, probably brought a lot of pain, I think that those experiences have been something that have empowered you to heal. And I think that those experiences are also part of your story. You don't just talk the talk, you also walk the walk. You are a living embodiment of whatever you're passionate about showing the world. You have a reason for being here, and you know that. And I also think that you are someone who actually takes responsibility for themselves. You don't BS about like you don't play the blame game, you know? In fact, if anything, I think you have a hard time even focusing on error outside of yourself because you're so incessantly focused on like what you're doing wrong and what you don't think is right. And actually, ironically, I do think as well, you massively underestimate yourself and your abilities. And I think other people see you a lot more brightly than maybe you see yourself. I think at times you get caught up in beating yourself up a little bit. And I almost wonder if there's some sort of mechanism for that. Like there's a reason for that. I wonder if it's a mechanism for self-improvement. It may not be the most like healthy or helpful one, but other people see this about you. I think that you're really fun to be around. And I think people love having one-on-one conversations with you. I think people find that they learn a lot about themselves and you expand people's ideas of what they've thought to be true. But I think what's really cool is that you also get that benefit from other people. And I think you're just naturally a very interesting person to communicate with. Like, I'm sure as a Libra rising with all of my Aries placements in the 7th house, I probably would love talking to you. Would probably get on, like, probably be thick as thieves because I imagine you're very interesting. And here's the thing. What's cool is that you not only do you have this ability to be very witty, funny, intelligent, but you also have this depth to you that not everybody sees, but the ones that do get to see it just come to respect you even more because they realize that you're not being facetious when you say, like, you know, really loving things or really otherworldly things. I think sometimes you bring about ideas to people that are so attuned to like earthly conditioning that they might be like, whoa, what are you talking about? You have an otherworldly mind. And I think sometimes that comes at odds with the way the world currently is. And I think there is a part of you that has a hard time not feeling defeated sometimes by the way that the world is. And I think that your passionate spirit is something that really shines through for people. A lot, like, people love being around you. The dolphin talks about being like an innately healing energy. And the interesting thing is that the dolphin and the swan actually came out in a different pile, but the energy here in that pile are different. I mean, I am filming this on a different night, but so I don't necessarily like remember. Doing readings is kind of like studying for a test. I don't really do studying. I just sit and do it, and then I kind of forget the information. I'm usually only half present when I'm doing it in the first place. So if you're drawn to any of the other piles, there might be some messages there for you. But I do think that there is an intense energy to you that's like, you either love something or you hate something. You're either in or you're out. I think that you are a pretty like all or nothing individual when it comes to your convictions, but I also think when it comes to the things you care less about, like just daily things of life, like, you know, interacting with friends or, you know, people making plans or things like that, I think you're pretty chill and just happy to like go with the flow. But when there are things that you know a lot about, I feel like you are always like taking the lead on what to do and what to say and where to go. Like, you have a beautiful energy of leadership about you, and I wonder if you suppress that or dismiss that because of all your perceived flaws. And I say perceived flaws because I think other people sometimes like question how sane you are because you don't really see yourself that accurately. It seems like you just make yourself, you see yourself as a lot smaller than you actually are. And I don't mean that like physically, I mean that in terms of like your impact, the space you take up, the presence you have, the value that your input has. You're a naturally creative person. And I think that you have a wonderful way of using that creativity to provide like practical solutions for people. And I wonder what those are. I feel like that can be so many things. Like, you like creativity for practical solutions could be like you're a really great cook and so you're really good, you know, when money's tight and at the end of the month, like making up the best struggle meal possible, or, you know, there's so many ways in which that can fit. And I hate to be so broad, but this is your surface level personality. I think the thing is, though, is that your surface level personality is still pretty deep. And people, it's really hard to even give you a surface level personality because your energy is so like, your state of being is just so malleable, not only to your environment, but to your mood, to the people you're around, to the potential spirits that may be around. You're a very spirited person when you want to be and when you feel it. I definitely get this vibe of just like you're very on or you're very off, and like there is no in between. And maybe that's one thing you're trying to do, is like learn how to be more balanced and go more in between. But one thing's for sure is that when you're on, you're on. Like, you're very powerful, and people see you as someone who genuinely has good intentions, someone who makes them feel better. I feel like you're a very reassuring person to talk to, and I think that you are really good at helping talk people off a ledge. I hope not literally. Well, I mean, I guess if literally, thank goodness, thank you for your service. But like, in terms of people, you know, when they're overwhelmed or they're having a hard time, it seems like you have this voice of reason that's not only backed by logic, but it's also backed by empathy. And so you're able to come at people with this balanced perspective. And I think the irony is that balanced perspective doesn't always extend to yourself. In fact, oftentimes it seems like what you say to other people is exactly what you need to hear, but you don't necessarily recognize that. And it's very painful for me to say that, because I feel my own guys side-eyeing me so hard right now. We're in the same boat when it comes to that. I could definitely use more of my own advice. Well, it's not really my advice, is it? It's coming through the universe. It's coming through something much greater than me. I am just a silly monkey with 2 brain cells when I leave this table. But it's very obvious, like, you've done a lot of inner work on yourself. And I think that you are still learning how to be your best self, but the fact that you even attempt that, I think, is incredible. And there is just, you're an intense person, and I think people love that about you. Well, they should. I love intensity, so, you know, I think that intensity is awesome in the right circumstances. But I think also, you know, you've probably been told by people that you're too much. You've probably been told by people that, you know, you need to tone it down, or that you shouldn't do things a certain way. And I think that you have taken that criticism in stride and tried your best to actually implement it without losing your spirit, which I think is great. But I do think there's also a part of you that feels awkward asserting your will or asserting your power in certain situations. I don't think you really see your full power. I think the biggest thing, like in terms of the devil energy, that people notice about you is that sometimes you are your own worst enemy. And if you had like a modicum of the confidence in yourself that, if you had a modicum of the confidence that people have in you for yourself, you would be unstoppable. Okay, well, I guess it's time to see what's going on in your inner world then. And if this is resonating and you're enjoying it, I do just want to give a big shout out to everyone who takes the time to leave me a like or a little comment or a subscribe. You know, those small things help me more than you realize. And I love being able to connect with you guys and just see what's going on and just, you know that things are good. And if or not, if they're bad, you know, feel free to tell me that too. But now we're going to look at what's going on in your inner world right now. Remember that your inner world is the most transient, so shit be shifting. Spirit, pile 3's inner world. I have this like intense stabbing pain in my brain on like the left side, like my, it's not like my temple, it's like close to the center of my, it's like center left forehead. My head hurts really badly right there. I don't know why, but it's like a stabbing pain. So I don't know if like, I don't know what part of the brain is right there. I don't know if like that, like I know the frontal lobe is in the front, but I don't know if where I'm feeling it is the frontal lobe or not. Anyway, just wanted to note that. Pile 3's inner world, Spirit. We have the Four of Swords. Pile 3's inner world. We have the Eight of Swords. We have the Ace of Cups. Yes, I like that. And one more. We have the Two of Pentacles. Cool. Okay. I'm going to clarify that with this deck. This is the Chakra Wisdom Oracle. I haven't used this deck in a really long time. Oh, another thing about you is that you're very colorful. So I don't know if like you wear a lot of color, or like you have, or if you're just very colorful in terms of like how like you're animated. Like, you know how like you can have a colorful personality where it's just like you're very animated and you just like express your spirit in your mannerisms, if that makes sense. Like every element of you is so you, and it's so cool. Like there's a powerful authenticity to you that you hold back that I think a lot of people wish you unleashed more of. Anyway, Four of Swords, Spirit. Can you clarify the Four of Swords? What's going on in pile 3's inner world? Okay. Enlightenment. Well, we love to see that. What about this Eight of Swords? What's going on in pile 3's inner world? We have perception. Do we have for this Ace of Cups? Wow, we have soulmate. So finally, Two of Pentacles. We have joy. Wow, okay. So I wouldn't be shocked. We got to talk about this Ace of Cups soulmate energy. So either you have someone in your life that is very special to you, or you've met someone recently that's very special to you, or you're very focused on finding that person. I almost wonder too if part of your surface level personality has been shifted by this. Like it's been easier for you to become more loving and share more of yourself because this individual, if you've met them, has played a huge role in you starting to see like all the beautiful aspects of yourself, and also has brought a lot of emotional excitement and fulfillment that has given you the courage to share more of yourself. I definitely think like this is so beautiful. I just want to say, I've only filmed 3, I haven't filmed the 4th reading yet, but so far there has been evidence of healing in every single pile. And all I can say is that I am so proud of each and every one of you. And like, I'm so proud of you. And I'm so proud of the work that you have done to better yourself. Thank you for doing it. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but like, I'm just so proud of you. And I'm so proud. I hope you're proud of yourself. And I just hope you know, like, you're doing so well and you're doing so wonderful. And I just hope that like you pat yourself on the back or give yourself a hug because you're just doing such wonderful things. And it just makes me so happy to see this and so happy to know that y'all are healing and growing. And oh, it's just, I feel like a proud mom. Like, I'm just like, oh. But also, like, I'm not your mama. Y'all could teach me a thing or two. So let's talk about, you guys teach me things all the time. I love you guys so much. Okay, sorry about that. Let's talk about your inner world. The Four of Swords with enlightenment here, this is a very powerful shift for you. I think you've been working really hard on your mindset and paying attention to where your mental energy is being used. I also think you're learning how to just slow your brain down. With the Four of Swords being here, I think you're recognizing how your perception and your mentality gets in the way of your ability to see truth. And I think that these 4 cards are very closely interconnected because even, you know, the woman in this card is looking over at enlightenment. And this is a heart card about perception. And so I think that you are making very powerful strides in recognizing where your mentality cuts you off. And you know, what's really interesting is this cactus card also came out. I think the moss card came out in another group as well. But I think this Eight of Swords energy is just so common to have, because the Eight of Swords in a typical tarot card, if you've never seen it, you can Google it if you want to. Or typical, by typical I mean traditional Rider-Waite. It's not necessarily typical, but it's the most common standard deck. It depicts, I believe it's a woman, and she's, you know, tied up, and there's kind of kinky, but like there's swords all around her, and you know, she's blindfolded. Like, what's his name? The gray guy, he'd be all over it. Christian Grey? I don't know. I can't remember. I think that's it. The gray guy. We'll just call him the gray guy. He would have been into it. But in your case, well, maybe you're into BDSM. I don't know. Good for you. We don't kink shame here. I don't think this is about that, though. If anything, it's probably about masochism, mental masochism towards yourself. Maybe that's what you're healing. I would believe that you have masochistic tendencies towards yourself. I think that shows up in the devil. And really what it comes down to is that I think you're realizing where you're unfairly beating yourself up, and also where you may be reinforcing ideas that were brought upon you in your childhood that made you feel like you couldn't do more, that made you feel like you weren't enough. I think that you're tapping into your heart space in a more powerful way, where you're recognizing that, like, to be compassionate and empathetic towards others really doesn't mean shit if you don't extend it towards yourself. And I think you're also realizing how being trapped in your mind, you know, really takes you out of your human experience, out of your heart space, out of what's here in the moment. And so I think that you've been doing a lot of work to change your mindset, and also take action when you do feel yourself getting trapped by your mentality. I do wonder if there is someone in your life that has helped with that Ace of Cups, but I also think that you are learning how to be your own best soulmate, in the sense that you're recognizing where you're being unkind to yourself. You're recognizing where, you know, you could show yourself more love. And it really doesn't surprise me that we have the Lovers and the Dolphin here, because I think that you do but you just are a very loving person. And I think for a long time, you know, you didn't have access to that within you. Not because you never did, but because conditioning made you believe that you had lost it, or that you weren't worthy of it. And as you are healing and growing and literally enlightening, you are bringing light to what has weighed you down, and what has made it impossible for you to feel connected to the outside world, to feel that love again, to know that you have a purpose and that you're meant to be here. But I also think as well, you are seeing just more of the magic that exists in the world. And I wonder, I don't even think that, and this soulmate doesn't have to be romantic. This could be describing multiple people. Like, it could be romantic, platonic, it could be all platonic, it could be platonic and familial, but you definitely have a space in your inner world for the people and things that you love on a soul level. I can't wait to look at your soul's energy, actually, your soul self, because I'm sure there's a lot of beautiful stuff in there. But, you know, whenever I think of rings, I think of the old, well, we used to, I don't think this comes from Girl Scouts, but we used to sing it in Girl Scouts, and it would say, and like the song would go like, a circle is round, it has no end, that's how long I want to be your friend. And I think that, like, there is this renewable, loving energy that's helped you maintain the healing necessary to continue moving out of these mental traps. And also, I just think that, like, you are accepting more love into your world and accepting more opportunities to experience that. And it's a beautiful thing, because I also think it's leading to a lot more joy. And here's the cool thing. Joy can happen irregardless of what's going on around you, you know? a joyful moment in a terrible time can be the fuel that keeps you going. And I think in your case, you are learning how to make decisions based on joy. And I also think that there may be a part of you that's very serious about productivity or very serious about getting things done and about being accomplished. But I think you're realizing that, like, while doing those things does bring you joy, it's kind of like if you're only focused on that, it's a bit of a bottomless pit, and it's something that will deplete you of your joy eventually. And so I think one thing that you're doing is restructuring how you make decisions, and even maybe restructuring how much of your resources go to certain things because you want to add more joy into your life. I think you're doing a very good job at looking at where in your outside world is there an opportunity for you to just bring more joy into your present moment, whether that is through, ignoring boomer financial advice to stop buying avocado toast and enjoying your avocado toast. No hate to the boomers, but like, come on, avocado toast. Anyway, I do think as well, though, there is a part of you that is learning how to integrate these feelings of joy, because I think that there's a part of you that's afraid to lose them or wonders if you're worthy of them, which is so silly because yes, that's like asking, are you worthy of crying? Like, no. Yeah, but wait, no, that's not a question. No, as in that's a dumb question. Like, humans feel emotions. Well, the vast majority of them do. The ones that don't are very interesting case studies, but very terrifying individuals to interact with. Sometimes, not all of them. There are plenty of people with antisocial personality. Well, there are people with antisocial personality disorders that, aren't doing insane things. And honestly, the idea that just because you can't feel things means that you're a bad person, I disagree with that. But this is not about that. This is about deservingness of feeling emotions, and that is not a thing. Joy is just the polarity of sorrow. And if you felt sorrow, it's not crazy to think that you're also meant to feel joy. And what I love too, that like with the dolphin personality being here, I think you've always brought a lot of joy to the people around you, but I think you're also realizing now that joy is so much better when you're also in on it. And I think that you are learning how to embrace that, because the saddest thing ever is to miss the beautiful moments in our present and then look back on them and yearn for them in nostalgia and realize in hindsight how beautiful they were. So I think that you are learning to embrace more joy and learning to embrace happiness in the imperfect present, and realize that like you do deserve to feel that way, and life can just be good even if you are still a work in progress, which I think is really beautiful. You're grounding in really powerful ways, and I think your heart is expanding, and I think that not only are you expanding your own heart, and not only are you receiving beautiful energy from like the world outside of you, but also you're giving that, and you're like 100% in alignment with where you need to be, and you're doing an amazing job. Like, you brought me to tears. You're doing such a good job. So I'm very proud of you, and I'm very impressed by you, and I just hope you're doing amazing, sweetie. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and get some messages from your soul before we tap into it. I'm just going to use this little butterfly deck, and really they're just like, and since they're from your soul, they're I am affirmations, right? So Spirit, what does Pile 3's soul want to say to Pile 3's inner world, or to Pile 3 in general, before we look at it? I am thankful for many things, and my gratitude attracts abundance in my life. Yeah, I wonder too if like for a lot of this, like this has been you recognizing the abundance already around you. I love that it's also yellow, like this enlightenment card. I think you're just realizing like so much of your freedom is not coming from the world bending to your will, but rather you changing how you perceive the world and recognize and bending to that instead and making it work for you. It's like, instead of being, you're like a skyscraper swaying in the wind, kind of, except it like it's a metaphor essentially for the fact that like, you're learning to move with the elements around you in order to stay standing. Because if the skyscrapers didn't move, that would not be a good thing. Ask an engineer, not me. I don't know stuff about that. I just know that they gotta sway. And it's so scary. I don't like it. I don't know how people live in like those giant high rises. I would just be so scared all the time. Anyway. Also, like, if the elevator was broken, bitch, I'm not climbing up those steps. Like, I guess if you can afford to live up that high, maybe you can pay someone else to do that. I don't know. Just pay someone to carry you. Go full Ariane with it. Anyway, Eight of Swords. What does pile 3's soul want to say about this Eight of Swords? I listen to the intuitive wisdom of my own feelings. I am guided from within. And the door that closes for me is the wrong door. The door that opens for me is the right door, which I think is really cool, actually. I think these are perfect messages for this energy. I think that this is learning how to listen to your own intuition and also recognize that, because I think that there are times where you have gotten yourself worked up in a tizzy because other people have perceived a situation in one way, and even though you intuitively perceived it differently, you started to believe their interpretation of it, and then that created a lot of like mental and emotional like anguish or drama within you, and then it comes out later that like actually your intuition was correct, and you're like, wow, I should have trusted myself in the first place. I think that is like a process that's happening for you, which is really cool. And you can trust your own internal guidance. What does pile 3 spirit want to say about this Ace of Cups soulmate energy? Every dark night must turn into a bright new morning, which is so beautiful. And so even too, this could just be about you learning to be your own best soulmate. But I also think that this is you seeing like the soul light in everyone and recognizing that like there's always an opportunity to infuse love or infuse kindness or infuse like beautiful energy into a situation. This is really ironic that I'm channeling that, because in pile 2's reading, I like could not stop calling the people that were mean to pile 2 boogers. I feel so bad about it. Like, but I forgive myself for it, and I know it's not right to call people boogers, but your perspective is a beautiful one, because what the past version of me that is totally evolved now and does not ever say well, the funny thing is I've never called people boogers in my like regular life. I don't really like, this is not what I do, but it's so like sometimes when I'm channeling, just things come through and like an impulse that I can't stop, and like the human part of me is like, whoa, like why are you doing this? And like knows it's wrong, and then the other part of me is just like boogers. I don't know. And I think that there's part of you that has that, maybe is why I'm talking about it so much. But I also think that like I wonder if to maybe if you've had challenges with a soulmate that you care about, or soulmates, like multiple people that you care about, maybe things have gotten better, and maybe that's a result of your own healing, or maybe that's a result of like your ability to like work through that darkness. And I think that, or your own ability to work through your own darkness has brought you to people that match your same soul light. But I really do think that this is like a beautiful confirmation of just the fact that you deserve all the beautiful things in your life. And here's the thing, it's not even really about deservingness, is it? You wouldn't tell a baby like, nah, kid, sorry, you don't deserve kindness because you haven't filed your taxes yet. Like, sorry, kid, have fun. Like, no tickle me Elmo for you, suffer. Like, you're not going to tell a baby that, because it's a baby. You were a baby once, and were you any less worthy of kindness and good things then? No. It's just, unfortunately, our conditioning and the limitations of humanity make it so that sometimes we fall short. And, the people that are supposed to protect us and raise us, even if they do their best, sometimes they fall short, or sometimes they still do a great job and we still got shit we have to work out. My parents are great. I still have wounds to heal. I don't really think there is such thing as, you know, it doesn't matter if you are the most incredible parent in the entire world. I think your kid is still gonna, you know, have something wrong with them at some point, because just the world is the way it is. And the beautiful thing is like, when you grow up, then you can actually talk about it as an adult and like grow and heal. At least that's what happened with my family. But there was never anything that, like, I'm not saying that you ever have to do that with your family or anything like that. Families are very different. And also, like, I think sometimes it's very harmful to people who have had very, like, abusive family situations be told, like, oh, well, it's your family, you should love and forgive them. Like, you don't have to, especially if loving and forgiving them, quote unquote, means putting yourself in harm's way again. So every situation and circumstance is different with that. But one more, not sure where that rant came from, but Spirit, what do you want to say about this Two of Pentacles energy? I have confidence in myself. I am ready for everything that life offers me, which is so interesting because I was saying, I feel like you need more confidence in yourself. I don't compare myself to others because I am not meant to be a copy of anyone else. I was born to be me, an original, one of a kind. I am happy to be me. And I think that is a beautiful thing, honestly. Like, and it's so true. Like, comparison is the thief of joy, and that's not productive or helpful or useful. You're not here to be someone else. You're here to be you. And what you'll find is that it is the most effortless and most joyful thing to just be yourself. If you're trying really hard to be something that you're not, that's always going to be strenuous and exhausting and upsetting. And so it seems like you're letting go of that, and I love that for you. But let's go ahead and look at your beautiful soul in the words of our Lord and Savior, Jesse McCartney. And see, who are you on a soul level? I mean, I guess if I could encapsulate who you are on an inner level, at least right now, you are someone who is healing a heck of a ton, especially on a mental level, and also embracing, like, life's challenges as an opportunity to stretch in terms of your wisdom and in terms of your love. And I also think you're realizing, like, not everything life has to offer is a challenge. Sometimes things can just be beautiful and lovely, like yourself, and that you can embrace and accept and receive those things. And that, in fact, it's not about even being worthy of those things, but rather just recognizing that, you know, life is not all about pain and hardship. There are very beautiful things, and sometimes if we're not careful, we can miss them because we're, you know, wrapped up. Anyway, pile 3 soul spirit. What is pile 3 like on a soul level? What is their soul like? Okay, we have the Lovers again. Woo! What is pile 3 like on a soul level? We have the 7 of Pentacles. Is pile 3 like on a soul level? We have the 3 of Wands. Is pile 3 like? We have the 2 of Pentacles again. That is interesting. Okay, finally, Spirit, what is pile 3 like on a soul level? We have the Knight of Wands. Wow, okay. Back of the deck is the Chariot. Not that that's necessarily important. I just like to look at it sometimes. I do see questions, though. Usually if I'm going to take the back of the deck, it's probably going to be a main idea or like a hidden influence. Honestly, it's whatever I feel like it being or what I intuitively feel like it is. One of the interesting things about reading is sometimes it's less about like the actual meaning of something and more about how the person is going to interpret it. So, you know, we could both look at that Knight of Wands and think of 2 completely different interpretations. So if we needed the same interpretation, a different card other than the Knight of Wands might come out in order to give the interpretation that I might have, or give the interpretation that you're meant to have. It's kind of confusing, but it's really interesting. There's so much to this that even I don't understand, and it's just cool and magical. But Spirit, can we clarify the Lovers? We have Warmth. Oh, look how similar that is to this card. Can you clarify the 7 of Pentacles, please? We have wisdom. There's a lot of repeating cards. I promise you guys, I've shuffled these really well. But I feel like sometimes people don't believe me. And I'm like, I really don't know what to tell you. Like, if you want to come and shuffle my cards for me. Actually, no, you can't do that. You're not allowed, sorry. These are my cards. 3 of Wands, please, Spirit. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, like, listen, this is the thing, like, where my human self starts to feel fear because I'm like, people are gonna get mad at me. And it's like, who fucking cares if they get mad at me? It's stupid. Like, if the repeating cards are coming out, it's because they need to be there. I've shuffled this shit out of these cards, and it's a full day later than I filmed the last readings. So if your butthole is clenched, unclench it. Because it's making me feel like I have to clench mine, and I don't like feeling that way. So I'm going to release it. Anyway, 2 of Pentacles, Spirit. What is Pile 3's soul? Spirit's just laughing at me now. Okay. What is Pile 3 like on a soul level? Okay. We got a new one, finally. Okay. Like, I will just say, if you're drawn to any of the other piles, all of these 4 have appeared, not this one. But I think that's also because, like, on a soul level, how different are we really? But also, like, I think everybody that comes here in some way, there's, like, some soul group vibes, so I wouldn't be shocked if there's similarities. But also, like, you know, souls are multidimensional, and it is what it is. So, this deck calls the Lovers the twins. And I really don't want to go into that tirade right now. I haven't watched any of the documentaries about the twin flame stuff. Here's what I will say. I think that the label is inherently destructive, and I think that there is a destructive culture around that idea that's based in romantic ideals. And I think that there are, unfortunately, especially in the spiritual community, while most people are genuinely wonderful and just trying to help other people and just doing their best to do that, there are people that I think, you know, try to take advantage of people, and that try to take advantage of, you know, anxiously people with attachment style issues, people with, you know, the desire to have deep love. And I think that they can take advantage of that. I also think that a lot of the concepts around, like, there's truth to there being deep, powerful spiritual bonds between people. It's undeniable. But I think humans kind of, when a concept expands, it's naturally going to be distorted by the recipients. And as it expands, it is going to continue to get more distorted. And the thing about energy, especially, you know, I talk about this stuff, divine counterpart energy. You know, the twin label, actually, like, 2 energies. Let me grab, I have a guidebook. I know there's a card somewhere. There it is. It says twin. This is from the Aries Oracle, which actually I was going to use this deck, and then I changed my mind and used this one. There are many souls on this earth whom you have met in past lives. Some may call them soulmates. People like you who have relationships with, people you have relationships with again and again and again and again. The term soulmates has a super heteronormative connotation of your one and only monogamous partner who's with you together forever and ever. Your spirit does not adhere to gender structures. You could have been any number of people in a past life. Your best friend today could have been your brother, wife, neighbor, daughter, or a life before. I like to consider them twins. Twins because they hold a mirror up to your spirit where you can get a glimpse of your past in the waking day through your love for another. These are not just romantic partners, but all kinds of people or even animals. Like twins, they are not the same, but carry a sacred similarity. This card is a reference to a twin in your life or one you are about to meet. So I feel like this idea is relevant. And I haven't really, like, I've always kind of shied away from talking about certain things like this because I do think that people have very passionate opinions about it. And I am passionately in the camp that if your belief system around it leads you to unhealthy places, disempowers you, leads you further away from yourself, then it's not something that you should be exploring, or at the very least, like, this concept, what I believe about like souls like this is that they activate you to love, and they are mirrors. And honestly, I don't even believe in the idea that they have to be, like, I think soulmates can also be created. But direct divine mirrors, I think there is something to be said that can be a very powerful thing. And it doesn't have to be, romantic, but it's very easy for romantic ideals to be projected onto it. Romance and love are not the same thing, but we often like pair romance and love. These connections have spiritual utility to them, and they are very beautiful. But they're not for the faint of heart, and also, like, they're not for everyone. Like, and I think sometimes we can project this ideal, like, there's no one way to live your life, and you can very much have a person like this in your life and still choose something differently. I guess honestly the reason why I'm talking about this is because it was actually just like fresh in my mind today, because I was listening to a podcast that was talking about one of the documentaries, and I was just like cringing at their description, because I'm like, yep, it's everything that's like distorted about the worst actors in that community that take advantage of people. And it fucking pisses me off so much, because not only does it discredit the very real phenomenon that does exist, but it also exploits it and harms people in the process, and it's really messed up. No one can tell you who someone is to you other than you, and you should never accept treatment from a person that you wouldn't accept from anyone else just because they have some sort of label or you believe to have some sort of connection. Because if the connection is rooted in love, it will show over time. And also, as you evolve and become more loving, they will evolve too and become more loving. There will be healing. There will be space for forgiveness. There will be space for compassion. There will be space for understanding. And it is a dance that is based on so many factors, and there is no one unique connection. There is no one way things happen. And I've even heard of people, shout out to you if you're here, who've had situations where it's not just one person, it's 2 or 3. Soul connections are very real and powerful. And they're not something, and that's why I'm so fucking passionate about doing love readings, by the way, because people do need actual good guidance around this, because a lot of the guidance is harmful and predatory. And all I ever want, and on the other side, a lot of human guidance around love is also distorted and based in conditions. And, those documentaries coming out needed to come out. I'm glad that they did. I haven't watched them because I know they'll just make me mad and sad. And I think it's very important that people that, if you're guided to that journey, you're guided to it for a reason, whether you have one or not. And the most important reason is for you to find more love for yourself, to see more love in the universe, and to understand that you are love, and embrace a life, or just embrace what love is telling you to do, and to follow your heart more, and to be a more loving, kind, compassionate, understanding person, And it seems like you have one of those, and whether you know them yet or not. And the one thing I do want to say is that these connections are not meant to be so harrowing and toxic in a lot of, but they can be, because humans can be that way, and I think that life is messy inherently, And we like to sit and analyze and you know, say, oh, well, things should be this way, or it should be that way. There is no one way to do things. There is no one way to love. There is no one way to learn. There is no one way to grow. But it does seem like you have a mirrored soul that is a very powerful part of your life. And the warmth card coming out from underneath it is like, I guess I just don't like using that term, like twin flame, because I think it just carries all of that problematic bullshit with it. But distortions about what the connection is and what the connection means, and people taking advantage of that and using that to prey on other people, whether it's their time, money, whatever, you know, that doesn't take away from the truth of what actually exists. And truth is rooted in love. And I guess that is my rant on that whole thing. I really just, you know, I'm just really not into dogma in general, especially, and I'm really not into dogma around soul connections that create fear and opportunities for exploitation. I just don't think that's right, and I think it disempowers people rather than empowers them. And yeah, all I ever want for you is to feel more confident in yourself, in your own journey, and also recognize that nobody knows your connections and your soul connections, your connection to yourself better than you. And not only that, but every path is unique, every journey is unique, and you don't have to place labels or expectations on anything, because the truth is that whatever happens between you and them in this lifetime will be a finite experience. You're always united with them. You're literally connected to them on a soul level. I kind of see, you know, mirrored souls as like, you're not half of something, you're a whole soul. Think of it like cell division. Like, a soul is so full of love that it can become two, and it's like the same essence, but now it's been replicated, and it can do that. But it can also unite, and it's a beautiful thing. It's like water, you know, if you split water in half, it doesn't mean there's less water. It just means the water is divided into two containers. Does that make sense? It's so funny. Like, sometimes I always beat myself up, and I'm like, okay, just do the reading. Don't ramble. Don't annoy people. Don't say some stupid shit you're going to regret, which I do all the time. And I end up doing all those things, but I think there's a reason for that. You know, I'm not afraid to mess up my words or make people mad at me for saying what I believe to be true. If you're mad at me for saying that it's wrong to exploit people using labels like twin flames, like, I don't know, like, I don't really know what else to tell you. Like, okay, you should be mad at the people doing that. But also, I think it's important to understand that there is a very real phenomenon here. That is that, you know, bad actors distort the perception of and make it even harder for people to understand what it actually is. And, you know, it distorts the truth of what it is. And honestly, I think sometimes it can really hold back people's growth and can create a lot of unnecessary pain. And, you know, that's not what the connection is meant to do. You know, if the connection, if you have a connection like that in your life, it is meant to help you grow, it's meant to help you heal, it is meant to help you become a better person. But you do that by looking at yourself fully. And a lot of times it's not fun. A lot of times it's hard. A lot of times it's infuriating but empowering, because you just realize, like, you're so much more than you thought. And, like, not only that, but anything that you could criticize the other for, you have within yourself. And even that knowledge and that awareness empowers you to be an even better version of yourself and have more compassion and understanding and forgiveness for other people. Whatever you do or don't do in this lifetime, you know, with this person, that's a free will thing, baby. It's up to you and that person. But the beautiful thing is that that connection does exist, and it's very real. And you don't have to unhealthy behavior is unhealthy behavior, and it should be acknowledged as such, no matter what your connection to a person is. And that is obviously never great. But in your case, the reason why this is coming through is either to confirm something, or, or just acknowledging the fact. Like, I mean, I think you already know. Like, the lovers came out, the lovers, soulmate, and the twins came out in every layer. Like, this person, or which I do think it is a person for you, or, this soul, this experience, it is a very deep part of your life, and it is a part of your soul and part of the reason why you're here. I definitely feel like, and here's the cool thing about the connection itself, you don't even have to interact with a person like physically in order to benefit from the connection. That love is very powerful, and what it's meant to do is to activate you to love, and it helps activate you to more Christ consciousness that is based in unity consciousness, that is based in a more loving perspective, that is based in a perspective that is kind, that is based in a perspective that you're not separate from other things, that your impact matters. And also, like, you are here to help uplift and empower other people. And with this warmth card here, like, your soul is a fire that is meant to wake other people up, and also meant to make your world warmer. The connection is a gift. Like, that is for sure. But it's one that it's different for every single person. And in your case, I think on a soul level, this connection is really meant to help warm you up to love and life. But I also think that your soul is naturally warm and naturally loving. And I think that on a soul level, you're fire. Like, which your love, your unconditional love. And that unconditional love on a soul level is powerful enough to warm even the coldest of hearts. And I think that whether you know your person or not, I would not be shocked if the more you engage with one another and the more of your soul light comes through, the more warmth there is between the two of you, the more that expands. And that can continue to. To summarize the twin rant, I just want to say that this concept is so much more nuanced, and there's than maybe we want to think. And also pay attention to the fact that society really, really loves shitting on anything related to love, or anything related to spiritual ideals. And because that's just where we're at. Don't allow the bad actors or, the distorted perceptions to stop you from believing your truth, because your truth is more powerful than distorted mental perceptions. And there's no amount of distortion in the world that could take you away from the loving truth of who and what is in your heart. And who is in your heart is a mirror of unconditional love, whoever that may be, whether you know them or not. And if you just look in the mirror, there's someone full of unconditional love. It's you. Anyway, let's move forward. Rant over. 7 of Pentacles with wisdom. Your soul is hungry for growth, hungry for wisdom. And your soul is patient as hell when it comes to getting there. There's this really cool methodical nature to your soul where you are willing to repeat lessons and cycles over and over to squeeze every bit of information out of them. It reminds me of doing a video game over and over, but each time it's you're clearing the level faster and better until you can speed run the game and be the best at it. Your soul is not only wise, but it's very ancient, and you've been in a lot of places and done a lot of things, and even willingly have chosen to repeat lifetimes in order to, even though you've done them right, you just want to do them better, and you want to integrate the wisdom more. Your soul is very hardcore and very badass, and I really love that about you, and I love that for you. With the 3 of Wands and pleasure, I also think that your soul is one that's expansive and one that wants to bring more goodness to the world. But I also think your soul has a hard time accepting pleasure in the present, even though like you're like on a soul level, you can accept and receive that because you're not bound to like the mental cognition in your body. But your soul seeks pleasure, and your mind maybe has this idea that it's always meant to be in the future. And I feel like that may create some like chaos for you. But also with this Three of Wands, the Three of Wands, actually I think it's in the 8th house tarot, it can also correlate to, I think it's Sun in Aries. So Aries is like naturally very childlike, and it's also a warrior. You know, it's very, like I said, intense. And you do have an intense spirit for sure. I definitely think that your spirit is one that's like very patient and chill, but willing to stand up and fight, especially when it's for the idea of a better future. In fact, I think your soul is very guided and motivated by the idea of making the world a better place and willingly accepting suffering on this earthly plane in order to do that. I also think that your soul is very motivated by showing other people that life can be better and life can be more enjoyable. But it's also something, your soul doesn't enjoy pleasure. So you could be a bit of a hedonist. And that even shows up in like that Devil card, you know? And so maybe you are learning how to balance that. You know, as someone who loves shitty junk food, I'm a bit of a hedonist too. I can't judge. Like, man, I see brownies and I'm not good at controlling myself. But anyway, that's so real. And I think also too, your soul needs pleasure. It needs joy. So whenever there are times where you feel very disconnected from like the truest parts of yourself, give yourself an excuse to do something that just brings you joy and makes you feel good, because that's going to be something that helps you reconnect with yourself. Like and here's the thing, it's not hedonistic to allow yourself to feel good. It's only hedonistic when you do it in excess. Like, it's not a bad thing to you know, have some brownies in moderation, but you might feel sick if you eat the entire pan. I can say from experience that is the case. But in your case, I definitely think that maybe one challenge that you have is balancing your needs with your goals and ideas for the future. So that is definitely something that I think you're learning how to balance. But your soul is one that it's very hard for your soul to be weary. So I wouldn't be shocked if you can like run on empty you're like a car who's like says it's on empty for like 50 miles and like you still haven't run out of gas yet. Like, you're very powerful in that way, but also at the same time it may be easy for you to neglect your own needs because you don't realize that you have them. But with the Two of Pentacles here, it's really interesting that the Two of Pentacles came out with your inner world. So it's clearly a soul aspect of your inner world, and it makes sense because it's joy, right? It was clarified by joy. So your soul is pretty good at not only multitasking, but balancing different goals in the same lifetime. Like, you have multiple different reasons for being here, and you're also very good at juggling whatever shifts come your way. Your soul is very good at adapting to what is, and like, your soul is like a juggler. Like, it's very good at juggling, and it's very good at rebalancing. There's an element of your soul that knows how to find balance in any sort of chaos, and I wouldn't be shocked if you've grown up in very tumultuous, chaotic environments, and when you talk about those things, people might be like, wow, like, how did you do that? And like, I can't even imagine doing that. And you're like, it's what it is. Like, yeah, it was hard, but I did it. Like, there are things to you that are like unimaginable to other people that are just part of life, part of existence for you. It's just part of your spirit. And I think that one cool thing about your spirit is that because it's so adaptable, you can really do a lot in terms of like free will creation, because you're always bringing like the core aspects of what you need to be doing. So it doesn't really matter what you're creating as long as it's fulfilling what your soul is meant to be learning. And I think that your soul is just very good at balancing itself with external barriers and balancing itself with the ever-flowing shifts and changes that come with just being a human on earth. If you're like a very type A person, you might find sometimes that type A-ness like really stifles your soul a little bit. So maybe one place where, and that's only if you're a type A person. If you're a type B person, you might benefit from a little bit of type A. Like, you both might benefit a little bit from each other, right? But in your case, I think that like your soul is one that is very good at learning how to swim in whatever waters it's thrown into, and you honestly make it look easy. So I'm not shocked that you underestimate your own abilities because you don't understand how hard what you're doing actually is. But that's just part of your gift, and it's part of your skill. Now, with the Knight of Wands, and listen, I love this. Your soul is you have such an adventurous soul. You have a very powerful, creative soul and a very boisterous, energetic, funny, fiery soul that if your soul needs your attention, it will let you know. You will almost feel this like primal urge to do something, and it's like you have no choice but to listen to it. And I'm sure those urges, and listen, there's a difference between primal urges from a biological place and primal urges from a spiritual place. I'm talking about primal urges from a spiritual place. Those can coincide with biological urges, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like urges on a spiritual level to take action in whatever way that may be. You're very good at doing that. You're very good at listening to that. And so whenever you feel like things aren't moving forward, it's probably because they're not meant to be. And maybe you overthink that, but you'll know when you have to act. Because with listen, your soul has the powerful ability to get to you when you need to know or do something. You have a powerful connection to your own intuition, and I think sometimes you may confuse you being uncertain with just your intuition not having any guidance for you. Like, it's almost like you're waiting by a phone, worrying it's not working because it's not ringing. Your phone's not meant to be ringing all the time, and if it is, it's probably scammers. Put that bitch on silent. Because, well, the cool thing about a soul phone is that the soul phone's going to call you, and you're not going to miss that message, even if it has to call you 50 times. And it can't be blocked. And scammers can't call you on your soul phone. But your soul phone is you just have a very powerful soul that will not let you miss a message. And understand that when I talk about your soul, I'm talking about you. But this is the part of you that is so ethereal in essence. You don't always get to see it because, you're here living a human experience. But I'm sure there are things within you that you've just always known that you were going to do or that you had to do. And then once those urges came, you did them and you saw the results. That's going to continue for the rest of your life. You're going to know when you need to do things. And you're going to know, and I think what you're learning is how to relax and trust when there isn't any guidance, when you don't know what to do. Because maybe that's just free time, or maybe that's just an opportunity for you to explore and grow. Doesn't really matter. What matters is that you feel at peace with where you're at and not trust your own judgment just because you're not. It's almost like if you're not feeling intensity and knowing exactly where you need to go, then you almost wonder if you're off base, but that's not it. You're that intensity you're not supposed to feel all the time. It would if that was your normal, one, you wouldn't be able to listen to when your soul was calling you, because that intense feeling is how your soul gets in touch with you, right? And if you felt that all the time, then everything would feel like a soul calling, and then you'd be way more confused on what to do or what not to do. So just know that when you're unsure of what to do or unsure of how to move forward, and you feel like, because I guess also like when you're unsure of what to do or do something, maybe you just need to do nothing, or maybe it's not that deep. Like maybe it's not deep to a spiritual thing. But if you ever worry that you're out of alignment or that you can't trust where the universe is guiding you, that's really when you want to tap into your soul, because your soul will tap into you. I almost wonder if you don't even need to consciously like tap into it that much, because it's gonna call you when it needs you and when it needs you to do something. But I also just think that you are so already in tune with your authenticity, your purpose here, your journey here, that your soul doesn't really need to. Like, I think your soul would call you a lot more if you were off the path or if you weren't listening. So if you find that these urges of your soul are happening a lot all the time, definitely start listening to it, because it's trying to get your attention. But if it's happening less and less, it may be because you're getting more and more in alignment, and your soul doesn't have much to tell you. But more than anything, your soul is powerful. It is fierce. It is a warrior. It is fun. It is jovial. It is bright. It is fire. It is unconditional love. And it is very beautiful, a very beautiful sight to behold. And truthfully, how long has this been? Oh, an hour and 16 minutes. This felt like 30. I have had so much time. I've had so much fun spending time with you, and then it just flew by. And I think that's the one aspect of you that's so true, is like time flies around you because you're just such an enjoyable person to be around. And the reason why you're such an enjoyable person to be around is because your soul shines through, and your soul is wonderful, and it's a wonderful impact on anyone who gets to experience it, and I feel that myself. So who are you? Everything I just said, it's really hard to encapsulate because you're so much more than that. But I think on a soul level, you're an explorer of life and of wisdom and of love, and a warrior for those things. And Earth is really lucky to have you. And whoever your person is, they're also very lucky to have you. So pile 3. That is where I'm going to leave this reading. Oh, forgot to mention, if you know who this person is, or like I said, whether you do or you don't, this could be talking about multiple people, of course. Whatever light you see in them, you have within yourself. Cultivate that. It will lead you to powerful places. Whatever you judge in the other, you have within yourself. Reflect on that. Release that. It will lead to more compassion and forgiveness. Okay, that's all I have to say. So pile 3, thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. So thank you so much to everyone who does that. I forgot the rest of my outro. Definitely, if you enjoyed this video, thank you to everyone who leaves me a like, a comment, a subscribe. That helps me so much more than you realize, and also just lets me know what you guys are enjoying. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can, forgive me for burping. You can check out my merch and Instagram, or my other videos. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Trippin Waite Tarot, then this is going to be a reading on who are you really. So we're going to use this deck when we look at your soul, but we're going to go ahead and start by looking at your surface to confirm that this is your reading. If it doesn't sound like you, this is not your reading. If it does, it is. I'm also going to warn you, I've been especially ranty in this video. I don't know why. Well, I guess it's just a part of my nature. I'm trying to get better about it, but I know a lot of you guys like it, and then some of you hate it. I like trying to find that delicate balance of being myself without annoying the rest of you to oblivion. But thank you for being here, and I did just want to warn you, like, I'll try not to be ranty, but it's happened in like the last piles, and I'm like, well, it may happen again, who knows. But hello, welcome. I don't know why I'm warning you of something when I don't even know if it's gonna happen, but maybe that's because you do that or worry about things before they're gonna happen. Pile 4 is surface level personality, Spirit. What is pile 4 like on the surface? We have the Page of Wands. What is pile 4 like on the surface? We have the Three of Cups. Pile 4. And we have the Ace of Pentacles. Ooh, I like this. This is cool. I will also mention, with that dolphin popping out, if you feel drawn to any of the other piles, there have been like similar cards in the last piles, despite me shuffling these a lot. So just letting you know, there may be repeat messages for you, which I guess is bad news if you don't like my rambles, but sorry, I was burping. Okay. Spirit, can you clarify? Page of Wands, please. What is pile 1's surface level personality like? Oh. Oh my gosh, pile 4. You guys are so special. Like, I'm grinning from ear to ear. I wish you could see that. Like, I'm grinning from ear to ear right now. We have the starfish. That makes sense. Pile 4, you are a deer. You are such a deer. Well, literally. Well, not literally. Wouldn't that be so funny if you were like typing with your hooves and you were like, actually, some of us aren't human. I don't know, that was kind of funny to me. Like I'm just visualizing right now, like, sorry, already making jokes. Hopefully you don't give a buck. Anyway, your surface level personality. I think you're fun. I think you dig my bad jokes. And if not, at the very least, you recognize that you have the ability to do bad jokes too, so you'll forgive me for mine. I'm still laughing though, like I can't get the image of like a deer, like typing on a computer with its hooves, like typing an angry rant. Oh, like that copy pasta that's like, what the fuck did you say to me? Like, I'll have you know I'm a Navy SEAL, like that Reddit copy pasta about being a Navy SEAL. Like, I could just imagine a deer typing that. I don't know, that's really funny to me. But anyway, you're definitely naturally very funny. Like the Page of Wands, it doesn't matter how old you are, you have a very youthful spirit and you're very fiery. Like, I even find myself, like, I'm talking so much faster than I was in the other group. Well, maybe I wasn't, but I feel myself like talking faster. I'm thinking faster. I'm like, everything's moving faster. And that's because you do have a lot of energy to you. And it doesn't matter how old you are, you have a very youthful spirit. And you're also someone who communicates with a lot of passion, which is really interesting because it's contrasted by this deer card. So it's like you have this passionate intensity, but it's balanced out by your more grounded elements, because you do have grounded elements. And you also are just someone that people see as such a joy to be around. And the fact that we have the unicorn here, like, people openly acknowledge that you're something special. There's a purity to your heart. Like, you quite literally, your surface, like, you're on your, even just on the surface, your heart is on your sleeve. It may be hard for you to even hide it. But there is a part of you that never stops believing in the concept, even if you forget it for a time or doubt it for a bit, never stops believing in the concept of just like the power of love, the power of creativity, and the power of the human spirit. Like, you are someone who's not afraid to get your hands dirty, literally, and you are someone who loves to create, whether that's through writing, speaking, anything that lights you up and makes you feel excited. Singing, I'm okay. The quintessential Page of Wands energy is Annie from like the musical Little Orphan Annie, you know, the girl that goes leaping lizards, like, which is funny because in some Page of Wands cards there literally is a lizard. Like, you are someone who you just can't help but love. Like, you even win Daddy Warbucks over. Like, you warm people's hearts and you just have this natural fire that's so pure that, like, you can't help but like melt people's defenses, which is really cool because that's actually something that I have channeled in other groups, but it was more on like the soul level. Like, it seemed like they were still grounding some of that, but like you have like this direct, like, soul to earth, just bam it on the table. Like, it doesn't get distorted by the inner world, like, which is really powerful. Maybe it does sometimes. We'll have to look at what's going on in your inner world, but from the outside, you are able to express yourself on a soul level, whether you realize it or not. It makes me think of like the movie Soul, you know, the main character, like when he's playing piano, you know, he kind of goes into this liminal space that is just like very soulful. It's you know, where he's most connected to his soul and his spirit and what makes his soul and spirit feel alive. And I feel like you have that ability to just channel divine consciousness into whatever you create. And that's fucking badass. Let me be clear. And I will also say, if you have a problem with me swearing, well, you're going to continue to have a problem. Either get over it or watch someone else, because I'm not going to stop. I could do it less, I agree, but I'm not going to intentionally censor myself to help you stop clutching your pearls. Either clutch your pearls elsewhere or take your necklace off. Anyway, you are so compassionate, unlike me. It was just like, take your necklace off. You are so compassionate. Maybe you have that spirit about you too. Maybe you're fiery like me and just sometimes spout stuff off while being a little insensitive. But with this unicorn card, like, this represents the third eye chakra. This is a spirit card. So anyone that you have a friendship with this Three of Cups, like, they recognize you as something special. I think that, like, you may have had people in the past be, like, possessive over you, whether it's really, like, romantic relationships, but especially friendship relationships, because they know you're something special. And I think sometimes people almost, like want to be associated with the unicorn. And I think that people notice that you have, like, either very strong bonds in your life or just very powerful friendships. But I also think that, like, the friendships that you have, oh, you know what's cool too? You know how the unicorn is, like, their profile's in front of the moon, and then the moon's here in front of these three people. I almost wonder too if, like, you make of the vibe better of whatever room you walk into. There's a purity to your heart that, and in your interactions with others, that uplifts other people. And I think in general, people just see you as a joy to be around. There is a part of you, like, what's kind of interesting is that you can be very, like, demure and soft-spoken and reserved when you're shy or nervous. Like, think about how a deer, like, is so easily spooked. Maybe there is that part of you that you know, needs time to kind of, like, warm up and share those parts of yourself. But people definitely see you as someone who is very multifaceted and, like, paradoxical, in the sense that you have this, like, depth and wisdom and sensitivity, but then also, like, you can just be very fiery and just shoot the shit, and, like, you got a lot of vibes to you. You got a lot of wolves running inside of you. And the beautiful thing, though, is that it all culminates, like, it's all part of you. And even though there's these different parts of you, like, none of them are unwelcome. They're all wonderful parts of you. I also wouldn't be shocked if you are complimented on, like, your physical attractiveness. That comes through with the starfish. But I also feel like you may have this issue where people only see your surface level, like your surface. And I think you try to give people the opportunity to go deeper with you. But I also think you're very good at pretending like your surface level. Like, you have this ability to navigate whatever environment you're in and know what energy you need to be in order to have the most harmonious experience or be the most comfortable in your environment. Like, if you knew that being, like, if you were in your Page of Wands energy and you knew that would be off-putting to people and you don't want to be off-putting, you're gonna put on a more surface level charm and not take it too seriously. You know what I mean? And maybe at one time that was really hard for you and you did take it really seriously. And now you've just kind of realized it's like, okay, it's just an end justifying a means. Like, it's really not that deep. But I also think that you are someone who is powerfully regenerative. Like, people may see you as, like, having the Midas touch with the star as well. Like, maybe you have like successful ventures, or people see you in a public light, or people just see you shining or see all the hard work that you're doing. But also I think they just see you as someone who holds a lot of promise, and someone who has a lot of potential like for the future, and you're someone who people feel like is dependable, reliable, and someone that they can grow with. They see you as a solid, reliable person. And I wonder if, you know, if you have a lot of friends, for example, or if you have a pretty occupied life, people, you know, kind of wish that they could find a way in, but they either don't know how or they don't have the ability to. There are many different layers to you, which is kind of the point of this video, but I do think that the wrong people for you are going to be the ones that only see your surface and only see like this starfish, like charming energy about you. The real ones are going to see like you on a soul level. I can't wait to look at your soul, actually. But I want to go ahead and dig into your inner world, because it's very obvious that all of these things are interconnected very well. Like on the surface, you are someone who's very charming, very fun to be around, probably funny, especially considering like I've never in my life had a visual of a deer leaving a hate comment, but it was really funny. Like I definitely think you're really funny, and you're not afraid to be messy, you're not afraid to be silly, you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. And I also just think that you're someone who's a team player. You care about other people, but especially the people in your circle, the people in your life. Significant placements, and you're naturally intuitive. Like, I think you freak people out sometimes with your intuition. The unicorn represents the third eye chakra. And so I think that you also have this uncanny ability to know what people need to hear. And I think that's because it's not that you necessarily know it, it's that you allow whatever information that needs to flow through you happen or do so. Very cool. Similar to what I do. We all do it. Like, we all do it naturally. Like, you know how when a friend or a stranger just says something that you need to hear, and like they could have had no idea, and oftentimes like you may be saying something and like they may not even realize it's that significant. Like, spirit speaks through us all the time, and I think it speaks through you. And me, it's very conscious, like when I'm doing this, but I think for you, whether you're conscious of it or not, you have like a powerful tap into your own soul's energy, and also just like the spiritual energy around you, and it's really cool. And there's a purity to your actions and your intentions that not only have led to like really solid and really loyal friendships, but also like the people that don't believe in that purity, that want to like, you know, that are jealous of your unicorn vibes. Like, the people around you, and also just the spirits that love you, are very protective over you. So just know that like you're safe, and that can never be taken away from you. Like, nobody can ever take that away from you. But by you just embodying that, you can inspire others to like tap into that themselves. But pile 4's inner world, spirit. What is pile 4 like on an inner level right now? We have the 3 of Swords. We have the Page of Wands again, and the lily pad. It'll be so funny if the Page of Wands comes out in the soul reading. But one more, spirit. What is going on with pile 4 in their inner world? We have the Mask, the 6 of Pentacles. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. We're going to clarify these. One thing I will say is that I don't think you share the depths of your emotional self very earnestly with others, like, or very much with others. I think that people can assume there's not much there if you don't share it. It's only when you share it that people really see. But I think that really more so comes down to like people's assumptions about you rather than the truth of who you are. You know, it's not necessarily appropriate in every environment to be like, so tell me about your deepest wounds. Like, you know, so yeah. Spirit, can you clarify the 3 of Swords? We have passion. Can you clarify the Page of Wands? We have vanity. Can you clarify the Six of Swords? We have dissipating. And finally, we have guilt. Wow, okay. So there's a lot going on internally. And the only reason I'm like deep sighing is because it's kind of a tale as old as time. You know, the people that, like, you are so put together, but so much so that it's hard for you at times to, like, recognize, yes, isolation. Everybody sees the positives in you, and you're very good at seeing the negatives. And some of the negatives that you're seeing are not inaccurate. Like, they are just opportunities for growth. But you're very good at carrying things on your own and dealing with things on your own. And I wouldn't be shocked if you've been struggling with that load. Starting with the Three of Swords here in passion, it definitely seems like your relationship to your creativity and your relationship to creation in general has been challenged. Maybe you used to create from a place of pain, or maybe what used to bring you like passion and joy is now painful for you, or it has shifted or changed in some way. I definitely feel like there has been a shift in your passions, like whether that is just having more or having shifting ones. I feel like with this Three of Swords here, your passion for life has been for sure heavily diminished by whatever mental anguish you've been dealing with. And I think it's mental anguish that you've been dealing with for quite a long time, because we have the Six of Swords here, and I think it's something that's not necessarily like constantly on your mind. Like, you're not out here being like Edgar Allan Poe, like, oh my god, like, you guys, like, my head, like, oh my god, like, the Raven. Like, that's totally what Edgar Allan Poe sounded like. I know it was very real. It was almost like he was with us in the room. And but more so just like these subconscious or only barely conscious barriers that maybe stop you from expressing more of yourself. And that's the funny thing, is that when people look at you, they think that you're already very naturally creative. And I think there's a part of you that maybe we would have such interesting conversations, because I feel a lot of these things that you're feeling, like, actually just straight up. You know, issues around vanity and around like creation, like the creator economy, and like how there's so many incentives to just destroy authentic creation in favor of automated, bottom of the barrel, shit ass, attention seeking content that is just going to rot your brains. I feel like there is a part of you that's definitely going through and questioning like your motives, but also I think that you are dealing with a lot of like very real challenges that happen as you become an adult. Because one thing that's true is we live in a society, and unfortunately we cannot exist, well, I guess you can exist and operate outside of it, but it is very challenging and it takes a lot of work. It takes a special soul to want to do that. I, for one, am not interested in that at the moment, but maybe you are. I don't know. But with this Page of Wands here, I definitely feel like there is a part of you that feels like you don't get to express as much of your creativity, or feels like you might feel stifled creatively by the way that the world is. And unfortunately, like, you can only be the change you want to see. I do think, though, that there is a part of you that maybe is judging yourself based on vain standards. Like, if it doesn't have, like, if I do something and it doesn't have this result, then it's not worth it. Or it's not even worth me making or doing this thing because people aren't going to appreciate it because it's not like this. I think there is a part of you that is trying to figure out how to keep the same spirit, but also not be impacted and affected as much by how the external world perceives your spirit and perceives your creation and perceives your light. I also feel like you may be dealing with the struggles of just the fact that what you care about may not be what the vast majority of other people care about. And so sometimes it's just hard to share about what you're going through because, people just can't relate. And that's not anything on them, but for you, it may be something that feels very isolating and very lonely. I wouldn't be shocked too if there's a part of you that, is just really looking at what your priorities were as a child and seeing how conditioning and adulthood has maybe distorted them or altered them, and seeing whether those ideals still ring true as yep, they're meaningful, or no, I should stop pursuing this because it's not leading me where I want to go. I think that though there is also a part of you that you're recognizing the more surface level, there's nothing inherently wrong with the more surface level parts of life. They have their place in the world. And I actually was thinking about this last night. A lot of times when I'm just walking around my house, I'll just be talking to my spiritual team or to myself. And the concept of surface level people, I was just thinking about that, and how oftentimes they can get a bad rap. But if everyone swam in the deep end, how would we know we're deep? Not everybody can handle the pressure. Have you ever tried to swim deeply? It hurts your ears. And everybody is where they need to be. And I think in your case, I think you judge yourself based in very vain standards that you would never judge another person on, but I do think they stifle your creative spirit, and it makes it harder for you to seek the light. And I think you're starting to recognize that. Also, I think that one thing that's happening in your inner world is the healing work that you're doing, whether you're contemplating it, because I feel like for some of you, maybe you've taken a bit of a break from healing, which is okay. Even that decision, that is healing in of itself. We don't necessarily consciously have to heal in order to make it happen, but I think that there's an awareness within you that factors of society or factors of, past pains with it have dampened your creative spirit in a way where I don't think you can appreciate it as much as maybe as much as other people do. And I also think that you maybe struggle with the value of what you bring to the table because for surface level standards, they may not see the value, or they may scoff at it, or they may just judge it prematurely. But I think you're learning to accept that and recognize that, that's just part of life, because we have the Six of Swords here with dissipating. And I feel like there is definitely a part of you that in terms of your healing process for you right now is a lot about moving forward and moving on, and not letting the pain and frustration of what's happening outside of you, or the pain and frustration of what you're not yet able to understand or what you're not yet able to see, stop you from taking action in the present. I also think that there's a part of you that's just recognizing what is and isn't worth your time and energy. And I think you're really working hard to move forward from what's made it so challenging for you to just get lost in what you're passionate about again and embrace that. And this is what's so ironic, is that people see all these qualities in you, but they don't see how much you actually struggle to embrace it and how hard it is to not let your own inner darkness consume you. And the thing is your darkness isn't about thinking or feeling evil things towards others. Your darkness is around one, just the pain of being human, and two, the pain that exists with just existing in this society the way that it is right now, and being a sensitive soul in an insensitive world, and trying to navigate it the best you can whilst not losing your spirit. And I think that there is a part of you that really struggles with how And me too. I also struggle with how vain and surface level the world can be. But, you know, I like to think that everybody's doing the best they can with the knowledge that they have. And the beautiful thing is that when you do find someone who shares that spirit and that depth, you never want to let go of them. And you do cherish those friendships because you know how rare they are. And you are rare. Like, you are. And I think one thing that you're realizing is that the things that broke your heart, especially growing up, like if you were shot down for what you were passionate about, or if you never allowed yourself to explore what you were passionate about because you were taught that that's not important or that you needed to be focused on different things, I feel like you're focused on moving forward from that. Like I think a big portion of your healing right now is around letting go of the past, moving forward, and also not letting your mind trap you and stop you from embracing all the gifts that come with being you. And I think this is the thing, like the people around you seem to benefit from you more than you seem to benefit from being yourself. And I don't think it's meant to be designed that way. And so I think that's why your healing process right now is centered around you. Maybe you've been in a hermit mode or isolating more, but your healing process right now is around you letting go of what's stopping you from going against the grain and being weird and being more of your eccentric self. I also think that there is a part of you that is afraid of moving forward. And I feel like you know it's going to be okay. But man, I'm definitely very curious to know like who you are and where you're at in life. But what I do know is that whatever you're moving towards is going to be lighter and easier, and that you don't have to be as conscious in this process of like healing and letting go than you think you do. I also think it's very important for you to recognize that your thoughts are not you, and that a lot of the negativity you perceive to exist is actually not as big as you think it is, or it's not really relevant. Like even if it's bigger than you think it is, it's not important to your journey, and it's not important to your growth, like your growth and your healing. And I think in your case, you may be considering like moving, which if that's the case, maybe that's confirmation for you, whether it's like a house or to a different place. But there's a moving on here, especially a moving on of like what gets your attention and what you focus on. I think that you are, I don't know how I like, it's taken me so long to get to this interpretation, but you know, there are many forms of false light in the world. And I think that you are learning the difference between true light and false light. And because here's the real difference between true light and false light. False light distracts, but it doesn't lead anywhere that's nourishing, comforting, supportive. True like light is going to uplift you. It's going to rejuvenate you. It's going to feel good. And sometimes like for example, let's use vanity as an example. False light in a vain context would be like, I wish I knew which book talked about false light. False light in the sense of, let's say, for example, a video game. You can benefit from a video game, but false light might be the addiction or the attachment to repeated stimuli that comes from a light source, like dopamine, right? But eventually it drains you. Whereas real light is going to nourish and support you, and you're not going to feel this like addictive urge to continue like doing it. Like social media is an excellent example of false light, which that doesn't mean that true light can't come through here. I hope that I'm not expressing false light. Certainly that's never my intention. That's why you always have to be discerning. I'm the same as me. And I guess it could be both. Like for like if someone was watching this and it was making them confused and like, you know, taking you away from yourself, like don't watch this reading. This is not for you. But if it's bringing you closer to yourself, bringing you wisdom and awareness, then that's what's important. But I think that you are learning, let's say false light in the sense of like, I will feel good about myself when I am in this clothing size. And so you work really hard and you get there, and then you realize you feel the same way about yourself. Well, that's because the real problem wasn't the clothing size. The problem was how you feel about yourself in your clothes. And the true light is realizing and learning to heal your relationship with your body in a way that allows you to feel beautiful and allows you to recognize that your beauty is more than skin deep, that it's so much deeper than that, and that, you know, true joy, like true light, is not going to come from the size of your clothing. It's going to come from how you feel in your clothing and how you feel, you know, when you show up in a place. And so maybe eating healthy and doing things to get healthier is going to make you feel good. But if you are torturing yourself in a distorted way in order to look a certain way, that is false light. That is not leading you anywhere except towards more pain and confusion. And I think that you are learning that difference. And I think it's very easy to get caught up in these ideals, especially because society has very specific ideas around egoic accomplishments being like the sign that you've made it and that you're successful. And it seems like you're not motivated by that. And that's great. Like that's awesome. You don't have to be. And I think that right now you're learning how to move forward. And I also want you to know that like a lot of the influences that may have had a grip over you in the past, like they are going away. And as you continue to mature, like that will continue to go away too. Like I really do relate to you a lot. And like I just wish we could go get coffee or something, because I'm sure we could kiki for hours. But what I do know is that there are more souls like you out there than you realize. And you don't need to be concerned about the ones that don't see your vision. You just need to focus on the ones that do. And I need to take that advice too, because I get concerned about that stuff as well. Like when I'm creating and doing things, I've apologized so much for things. And you guys see it. I know you do. And that's just how human we are, you know? And that's just all part of growth and learning. And in your case, I really think that you are learning to move into a mindset that is a lot more expansive and a lot more discerning and less accepting of what society tells you and what society believes, and realizing that it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And I think what's really interesting is in all of these readings, I've noticed that there are some things that I've repeated, and there's some things that have come through. There have been a lot of things that have come through that haven't really been about you, but about like the world you live in and the experiences you have as a result, which I guess makes sense because that is a part of you. And if we're being honest, you're not in a vacuum. You are connected to everything and all that is. So I guess that makes sense. But with this Six of Swords here, this is a really positive sign, and one, to just keep going and keep letting go of things that aren't serving you, because that is leading you where you need to go. And I think that one thing you need to remember is that progress isn't linear, and sometimes you will feel like you're regressing, but those periods of regression are just opportunities to see where more healing needs to be done, and it's further evidence of what doesn't serve you, because if it's not nourishing you, if it's draining you, it's ready to go anyway. Trust that all of it is part of the cycle, and also trust that like you're moving forward in the perfect time, in the perfect way. You can have confidence in that. I do think though there is a part of you, if you find yourself escaping your reality, that's probably a sign that you're out of alignment with that energy, and there's probably something you need to address. It's no problem like escaping every now and then, you know, we all do it. But if you're doing that like consistently, you may miss out on a lot of valuable like waves that the universe is trying to get you to ride, because you're avoiding the universe, so you can't listen to what's happening. But the beautiful thing is I think you're doing a lot of healing. And honestly, I think the biggest thing that could just set you back is the belief that you're not, like anything that reinforces painful beliefs about yourself and about what you're capable of. Those are not the truth. Those are your wounds saying, hey, we need love so that we can share more of ourselves with the world. But you have a very powerful inner world, so much so that a lot of people don't pick up on it because your outer light is so bright and so real. And I was also going to say this about darkness. You know, when you are a light, think of yourself like a lighthouse. When you are the light, all you can see around you is darkness. And it's hard not to be affected by that. You know, it feels lonely, it feels isolating, and you don't necessarily see your own light. You are it. So you don't get to see how that helps people. But, you know, you do help people because you help guide people that need to find their way to shore. Well, boats. And while it can be hard to continue to try and find the light, you are the light, like naturally, and you're constantly going to seek it. And one thing you don't need to be worried about, actually, if you go down a wrong path, or if you get caught up in some sort of false light concept or whatever that may be, it's all for your learning. It's not something to judge yourself for. It's just to help you grow. Like, there are so many forms of that these days. And as humans, we really have a lot of interesting challenges that our ancestors never had to deal with before because the technology didn't exist. And you really have to trust your own discernment, because oftentimes we learn the truth about things in hindsight. And I think that you could definitely avoid certain setbacks if you trust yourself more instead of trusting what other people are telling you. But let's also talk about this mask and this guilt card, because I definitely think that you have a hard time giving to yourself in the way that you give to other people. I also think that there is a part of you that gives from a place of guilt or has a hard time. Like, look at this shackle here. Part of you maybe almost feels trapped in the form of like how you give. Like, you may feel like you can't show all of yourself, or that, because the Six of Pentacles is all about generosity. It's about giving. It's about sharing. And you may give a lot out of fear that you're not enough. And I think that's maybe something that you're starting to recognize isn't helpful or healing, because it may be leading you to a state of burnout or exhaustion. One thing I will say is, it doesn't matter how like compassionate you are naturally. Like, if you like, compassion fatigue is so real. And like, you may even feel guilty for experiencing that. You know, with the Six of Pentacles and this mask, you may feel like sometimes, you know, there are parts of you that are unseen because people outside of you don't see them. And I think one issue that you need to realize is that, like, you're pretty intuitive. We haven't even looked at your soul yet, dude. Like, who knows what we're going to see in there? So you carry your struggles so well that people don't even realize that you have them. And I think that there's a part of you that maybe starts to resent giving because you're just giving too much. And like, mood, same. I relate to that so much. You're not alone in this. And I think that's a very common thing. Like, it's very common for people to give too much and then start to resent that. But, you know, you're the only one that can place boundaries and barriers with how much you give. And in your case, I think you're starting to realize, like, where maybe you need to say no more, or where you need to look at why you're motivated to do certain things, because it does seem like guilt is a motivating factor in how you give to others. And it creates disconnection, not only with yourself, but also with the people you're giving to, because you're not giving authentically. You're giving from a place of depletion and from a place of obligation. And I definitely think that that could be something that keeps you from seeing yourself more authentically, because if you're looking at yourself through this lens of guilt and shame, of like, well, I should be giving even more. Why am I even mad about giving? Why do I have a hard time just doing what feels right? And it's because there's a part of you that clearly still doesn't feel safe enough to be authentic about what you're really able to give or what your boundaries truly are. Maybe you're just so used to giving in a certain way, you've never thought that you could stop it. But you can always change a pattern. You can always change it up. And I think in your case, part of you moving forward is also you recognizing that generosity isn't generous if it's at the expense of yourself. And that you owe it to yourself to put you first And if people feel entitled to more than you're able to give, know that that is not a reflection of you or your worth, but rather just a reflection of someone else's entitlement, literally. And because this is the thing, there's a limit to how much givers can give, but there is no limit to takers. And so if you don't set that limit for yourself, you will get eaten alive. And it will just create more pain. But in your case, I think you're recognizing where you need to give more to yourself. And I also think that this inner world, the Six of Pentacles came up too, to get you to recognize where maybe you put on a good facade of just doing well. And maybe being more honest when you're struggling would be helpful for you. I will say, like, that's something you want to be careful with, like who you tell. But, you know, even if you gave nothing to the world, you would still be just as valuable and just as wonderful. You give by just being you, and you actually take away by giving away too much of yourself. I think, honestly, giving away so much of yourself is part of the reason why you may feel disconnected from yourself. But let's go ahead and get who you are on an inner level right now as someone who's trying to navigate being your most authentic self, heal the past, especially the past that does no longer need to be there, and really start seeing your truth in the world more deeply, and see through the facades of societal notions. And I feel like you're trying to discover your own truths. You're trying to dive more deeply and see the real light in things, and you're doing great. You're doing a great job. I think, if anything, like, you could just focus on healing more. You could focus on yourself more. Like, I think the one thing that's taking away from your ability to heal is your this is what sucks about giving messages like these, is when I know that, like, I could take a hint. I could take a page out of that book. You know, if you're so giving to the point of not focusing on yourself, like, you're not helping anyone. And you guys will notice, like, I'll disappear for, like, periods of time, and it's just because I can't give you anything, because I don't have anything to give. Like, I gotta go back within, and even then I feel stressed about the fact that I'm going away, and then I feel bad and I feel guilty. So, like, if you go through that, like I do too, and it's illogical. It actually does the opposite thing that you're trying to do, which is get yourself back to where you want to be so you can give more. And I think what we both need to understand, if I'm being honest, is that the value of what we're giving is not reflected in the recipient. It's reflected in the genuine good feeling that comes from being of service. And that feeling is what makes it worth it. That opportunity to share that part of yourself from a pure place, like, that is what makes it special and important. And the things that make you special and important, even interestingly, like when we looked at your surface level personality, it had very little to do with what you give, and it was more just about who you are. Like, I really do think that you have created this idea for yourself that if you're not giving, then you're not valid, or that you're not good enough, and that's just not true. I think that you could learn to be, I think if you could do something more, ask for more of what you want, and quit asking for permission from others to give in the way that you want to. And I'm going to take that advice too. I need to take that advice. There's a lot of readings I've wanted to make that I haven't, just because the stress of disappointing people and them getting mad at me just, like, made me really sad. But I can't control that. And this is my channel, and and this is your life and your reading. And the cool thing is that, like, you know, I'm human too. We're all going through similar things. And in your case, isn't it cool to, like, know that we're going through the same things? Maybe not the same semantics, but I relate to some of this, and I relate to, like, I know when I need to take my own advice. And, well, it's not really my advice, is it? It's Spirit's guidance. But it's really hard not to give, especially when you're used to that. And, you know, I guess let's make a double pinky promise that we'll both try to be more balanced in how much we give to ourselves versus how much we give to others, because we're valid and important no matter what we're given or who we're giving it to or how much of it. Anyway, let's see what guidance your soul would give you about these aspects of your inner world. Forgiveness helps me let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. Absolutely. And forgiveness is not even about, forgiveness is not saying that like what somebody did is okay. It's just releasing you from having a part of you attached to that. It's releasing the, I don't know what's the right word. I just did like a, I'm so glad that wasn't on camera. I just did like this weird hand motion that looked very 18 plus, and I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to like it, and now I forgot the point of what I was saying. The point of what I'm saying is that forgiveness helps you let go and move on with your life, like the card says. And forgiveness is what makes room for new things to come in, and forgiveness is just what releases you. It's not about the other person. Forgiveness is not saying what somebody did was okay. It's just saying that you're willing to let go of it and move forward for your own sake, because holding on to that resentment and anger is just poisoning you. And if somebody else wants to hold on to that, that's their prerogative, but you don't have to. What else? I am deserving of respect, love, and happiness. I give respect, love, and happiness too. My intuition is strong and clear. I trust the voice within. Yeah, I definitely think like you can and will rise above like the vain ideals of society. And I think also too, you don't have to like tolerate something if it's not respectful or loving or doesn't make you happy. And same with, you know, your intuition. Like you can trust it to guide you. And when something feels off, trust it. Like society likes a lot of like, dude, TikTok, a plague on humanity that has plagued every other social media platform. My brain feels so much better since I like just stopped consuming that stuff. Like I'm really am not, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I'm like not active on social media unless I'm like posting something. And it has been so good for my brain and so good for me. I'm like so much happier. If you are like a naturally sensitive person, you have no idea how much energy you're taking in from random individuals, random thoughts, random feelings, and a lot of negative thoughts, negative feelings, hateful thoughts, hateful feelings. That is toxic to your soul and it is toxic to your brain. Please use it with discernment. Not saying you have to cut it cold turkey like I did. I just did because I feel so much better. Like my stuff is still there and I can go on and post, but like I haven't been active in quite a while and like my brain feels so much better and like I feel so much calmer and so much happier and like highly recommend. Even if it's just for a time, it also will help you get in touch with yourself more. Anyway, also too, like you just need to have more confidence in your intuition because more often than not, you are right about things. And it's not about being right in general for everyone. It's about being right for you. Six of Swords, Spirit. What guidance do you have for that? I am valuable. Many people are thankful for my presence in their lives. Yeah, and maybe that's something that has like plagued you. Maybe this Three of Swords energy is about like you focusing on, you know, the people that didn't appreciate you or the people that didn't want you, the people that, you know, have made you feel bad for existing. I feel like that energy is dissipating and you're also moving forward and recognizing that like not only like, dude, people love you. Like people love you. It's in the cards, bitch. Like they love you. That bitch was a term of endearment, by the way. Also gender neutral. But you are valuable. I'm thankful for your presence. I've like, imagine if you didn't exist and that this reading didn't exist. I wouldn't have been able to get the same reflection. But we also have life doesn't have to be perfect in order for me to choose happiness. Today I choose happiness. And if you don't want to choose happiness, choose peace. Even when things aren't perfect or don't seem to be working out, I choose to trust in life. And the universe is always helping me, sometimes in unexpected ways. You guys got a lot of them, so clearly your soul has a lot of wisdom. So let's go ahead and look at your soul, because that's what we're going to look at next. Oh my goodness. Taking us 50 minutes. I knew this reading was going to be long, but I swear, I don't intend for these to be so long. I just have a lot to say. I guess it should also be noted that this reading has partially just been so long because I've been talking to you guys a lot. But that's what this is. This is a dialogue. I'm not a content monkey. And if you see me as that, leave. Goodbye. I don't want you here. Go find someone else to do that, because it's not me. I'm a monkey of chaos, not a monkey to perform. And neither are you. Pile 4, Spirit. Oh, Spirit's already like, got the Ace of Swords. Oh my gosh, I am already so excited to look at your soul. Pile 4, Soul, Spirit. Who are they on a soul level? Really, what I want to say on an inner level, you're someone who's working it out and figuring it out. You traverse really difficult terrain in your inner world that people have no idea that you're carrying. Like, if people ever like give you shit for you disappearing or you needing time for yourself, if they were dealing with the things that you were dealing with, they would flounder in 10 seconds. Like, you never know how people would handle the challenges that you've dealt with. And honestly, when you see them do that and react to it more negatively or more harshly than you did, you're like, oh wow, I wouldn't even wish this on you. Like, so just know that when people give you shit or make you feel bad, or when you're giving yourself shit and making yourself feel bad for doing what you need to do, just know that one, the people that genuinely care about you are gonna understand. Like, hello, you guys are so incredible to me. Like, anytime I'm like, hey guys, sorry I've been like gone, you're like, you guys are like, no, take all the rest you need, and are like so kind and supportive and loving. Like, oftentimes people are way more chill and understanding than we recognize, but it's just very easy to see the negative, and I understand why that has been challenging for you. You know, I think that you probably absorb a lot of the negativity around you, and you haven't yet learned how to discharge all of that. It's hard, and depending on what you're doing, depending on the environment you're in, you know, what you need is going to be different. But yeah, man, I really just wish I could sit down and talk to you guys, because we'd have a lot in common, at least in terms of like perceptions of life. There's a lot of things that I didn't say, like just in terms, because they're not necessarily like relevant, but they're probably things that you would like. I just wish I could sit down and talk to you like one-on-one, so that like we're just be like, bro, society. Not in a judgmental way, but in a like, oh my God, it's so hard living in this clown world and then looking in the mirror and seeing your clown face and knowing that you're really no better. You're just part of the same group of clowns, just doing your best to make the circus a little bit better. Anyway, pile 4, Spirit. The Magician. Wow, okay. Pile 4, Spirit. Who is pile 4 on a spiritual level? Whew. A bad bitch? Yeah. Oh, you have such a beautiful soul. Yep. Yeah, literally. Your soul literally needs isolation. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny how that happens? Like, the funny thing about isolation, too, is that, like, you need it, but then also at the same time, it sucks keeping people out. But it's not keeping people out permanently. It's just forging space to stay centered so that when you do interact with others, it's from a more empowered place. But we're going to use this deck to clarify. But with that Ace of Swords already, your soul is a truth seeker through and through. Like, Spirit, can you clarify this Ace of Swords? Aw, cozy. Can you clarify the Magician? What is pile 4's soul like? Which, yeah, that makes sense. Can you clarify this Emperor card? Awake. Can you clarify this Queen of Cups? We have Patience. And finally, we have, can we clarify, I don't know what we have because it hasn't been shuffled yet. Can you clarify the Hermit, Spirit? Vulnerable. Yeah, okay. This is beautiful. This is really actually so beautiful. Your soul is so beautiful, pile 4. And so much of your soul is already here with this Emperor card. And you know what's funny? This Witch card came out in a different group, and I literally described it as Magician energy. And so it coming out as the Magician is just so affirming. And I love that for me. Anyway, I love it for you. It's great for you. So starting with the Ace of Swords and cozy, this actually makes a lot of sense. You know, truth is rooted in love. And in your case, truth brings your soul comfort. And and you know, sometimes the truth can hurt, like reality can bite, But that truth is so much more freeing than holding on to a lie that doesn't dull the unease, that doesn't get rid of the unease in your soul. Like, it just makes it more painful to avoid the truth. Like, your truth is loving and your soul is a very loving soul, but in that process of seeking truth, your soul will go to very uncomfortable lengths to seek that truth. I also think, though, that your soul is just like very warm and nurturing, and I think that you bring a lot of like powerful, loving truths to people just through like you communicating with them. Like, you know, with that 3 of Cups that came out in your surface level personality, like you could have a Mercury in Cancer because that was the placement that was showing up there, but you just have this way of making people feel at ease through your words. And I think that you maybe underestimate that because people aren't necessarily just gonna like tell you, you know. I think you make more of an impact on people than you realize, and you make people feel safe. You make them, but the dichotomy of that is like there's some discomfort that may come with what you bring to them, but the comfort that comes from seeing things more clearly eventually feels much better. It's like, you know how like a massage can kind of hurt, but afterwards it feels a lot better. Like, it's kind of one of those things. But your soul is very nourishing and nurturing, and I also think that your soul just like loves cozy things, like, which same vibes, like such vibes. I also just think, though, that you just have this way of you serve truth with a spoonful of sugar. I could probably take a page out of your book. Teach me. How do I be less abrasive? I don't know. Well, I guess I could just ask your soul, couldn't I? Because this is your soul. But your soul is one that is constantly seeking truth and is willing to sacrifice, you know, your comfort zone in order to do that. Not only that, but we have the Magician clarified by the Witch. So you've got a magical soul. You are here to make magic and create magic. And you have a direct line between the spiritual realms to the earthly one. That's why this Page of Wands came through in the first 2 rows, and it's coming out as the Magician now. You know, I wouldn't be shocked if your Magician energy is closely tied to your creative endeavors. I wouldn't be shocked if, you know, you have that like soul experience when you do something that's very aligned with your creativity. You also could, though, like have your soul lineage could be one of magic. You know, you could have had many experiences with that. I definitely feel, though, that your soul has already mastered a lot of the lessons around spiritual power in the earthly realm. And I think that you're actually afraid of your own power and you massively underestimate it, which I can't remember if it was this pile or the last one that I said you guys massively underestimate yourself, but I do think that you underestimate yourself and the power of your own like magical abilities to create what you want around you. You do have that. And also something that like you can do that I don't think you realize is you can change the vibe of the room that you're in. I think sometimes you may assume that other people's energies are more powerful because they're more outside of yourself, but I think part of your healing process is realizing that you can be the vibe. You can set the vibe of a room. You can literally set the energy of the room and shift other people's energy. But that comes with conscious intention. Your subconscious belief is that you are affected by what's outside of you always, and that it will impact you. And so the more you let go of that, which you are, that is going to allow you to walk into a room and be the fucking emperor that you are, swing your energetic dick around and swing it around for light and love. That's what you're here to do. You already know that. Awake. With the Emperor and Awake here, your soul is one that has a lot of power and you can trust it to guide you. With Awake here, you are conscious of your soul. And I think that's probably why you're so hard on yourself. You know, what's interesting is I kind of had a feeling that the 4th pile was going to have maybe a more negative inner world. But see, even your inner world wasn't negative. It was just probably you judging yourself and being harsh about how you are moving through your challenges and how you're carrying them. the rest of them were so much more about healing. But I think the thing is like, you already are awake and aware of to some degree of what you need to be doing in the world. And if you're not, you will be. Because the thing is with the Emperor card being here, you started out as like, you have this Page of Wands energy with you, but your soul is a master of many things. Your soul has mastered a lot of things, actually. And one of them being empowerment and the ability to bridge divinity with matter. I would not be shocked if you've been in other places or been here at other times and worked on systems or structures when it comes to like collective society. You've done a lot. Like your soul has done a lot, I can tell. And I think you have been so conditioned to believe that you're less powerful than you truly are. You're going to be shocked at when your soul light continues to ground. And I think here's the thing. It's coming. It's coming. And one thing I will say is that your soul has a bit of an impatience to it, which like mood. I mean, the Emperor is Aries energy. And I think sometimes you have a hard time, you feel it on a soul level when someone says or does something that goes against like what you believe, or that goes against what you know to be true, or goes against what aligns with your spiritual integrity. And I feel like at times, if you ever have times where you go into a rage, and it's rare, and hopefully you're not destructive about it, but rage has a place. Rage can be sacred. How you use that energy is very important. You can use it in very destructive ways. I'm not saying you literally, but like rage itself can make people do very destructive, harmful, abusive things. But many people feel rage and never act that way. When you feel a rage at the depths of your soul, that's telling you something. Sometimes the truth will piss you off, and you're a truth seeker. And you don't always have to be palatable with how you communicate. People may criticize you for it. I get criticized for it, but I'm still here talking in unpalatable ways, you know? Can't stop me, just can make me reflect. Maybe I could be more palatable, but you don't have to. And in your case, when you have a sense of like rage from a place of, it seems like it's from a place of injustice. Listen to that. Maybe don't act in destructive ways with it, but follow what it's asking you to do. Is it asking you to speak the truth in a passionate way? Is it asking you to write a strongly worded letter to an official or someone that needs to hear about it? Is it guiding you to make something that has a powerful statement? You have a lot of divine masculine energy within you. And it doesn't matter, you know, what body you're in or who you identify as. Everybody has feminine and masculine energy within them. And you've mastered a lot of masculine energy principles around, well, creation. I don't want to get into the semantics, but your soul knows how to protect yourself. Your soul knows how to be empowered, and your soul also knows how to get shit done. I think a lot of your journey in this lifetime has been learning to understand the version of who you are now and what that version of you needs, what this body needs, what this life experience needs, and how you and your body in this life is going to thrive. And as you grow, like, maturity for you is going to be something that just makes you so unstoppable because you're already aware of so many things. It's just you're not confident in what you know to be true. And so the more confident you become in these truths, the less you will be able to be shaken from them. And at some point, those truths are going to be so powerful and so bright that nobody is going to be able to shake you from your truth. And they better run if they try to, because it's not going to try. It's going to backfire on them. And it's not, and you don't even have to do anything. Like, you are a divine agitator by nature because you're seeking truth in a world that loves bullshit. And that's going to make some people mad, but it's all for the name of love. And it ultimately is going to bring about more peace, isn't it? I definitely think that your soul is one that hates injustice, and your soul is also one that has a lot of ancient wisdom that when you are able to unleash it, and you already do in certain ways, like especially through your creative endeavors, but as you evolve as a person, that is going to continue and that is going to grow. I also think that you just have a very regal soul, one that takes your responsibility seriously. And it's funny that you're pile 4 because the Emperor is number 4. And I think that your soul is just very powerful, and it is here to rattle cages and wake people up in the name of love. And you're going to do that in many different ways, and you already do, just by being yourself. But the fact that we have the Queen of Cups with your soul and patience just goes to show that your frustrations with yourself directly mirror your frustrations with what you can't control outside of you. And on a soul level, your soul is a bit impatient, but it's learning how to cultivate that. Maybe that's one lesson you're learning in this lifetime, actually, is patience, because there is a lot of this powerful, like, get shit done energy, and I think you are able to do that. But sometimes I think that, that leads to burnout. That leads to, maybe making hasty, impulsive decisions in your everyday life that maybe could have been avoided if you had waited, or if you had taken a second to just like be like, is this the best idea or no? Your soul is very deep and unconditionally loving. Like the Queen of Cups is like the sweetest, most sensitive, court card in the deck. And she, like, her love has no limits. Like, she's so psychic and intuitive and compassionate and empathetic and nurturing. And I think your soul is learning how to embody more of that. Because if you notice, like, we have all these powerful, like, I think your soul is learning to embrace more of its divine femininity and learning how to be more accepting of what is, and learning to follow the flow of what is meant to be, and learning to trust in the process of creation and the earthly cycles of creation. And I also just think too that the more patient and compassionate parts of yourself that maybe you're not always able to express, they're coming in, and they're coming in with wisdom. I definitely think too, like this aspect of your soul, it's one that will be out, what's the right word? The Magician and Emperor energies within your soul, the divine masculine energies within your soul, or just masculine energies in general, may at times overpower the feminine urges of your soul. And by feminine, like, when I say feminine and masculine, I do not mean a single fucking thing about gender. Do not bring gender into this. It has nothing to do with that. If that's too confusing, think yin yang. Like, that's it. It's energy. It has nothing to do with that. But anyway, I think in your case, like, you sometimes are impatient with your ability to receive certain insights from your soul, because sometimes the more chaotic insights or the more intuitive insights take more time and energy to listen to. They take more patience to listen to. And I think sometimes that is your biggest challenge. Like, it's just listening to your heart, because you might be fired up about something. Like, you have a lot of fire to you with all that Page of Wands. Like, there is a part of you that is just like, go, 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 let's go. Like, let's just do this. Let's make this. It's a very, like, you are essentially farm to table creation. It's a spirit to person manifestation, very fast, very quick. And sometimes when things don't happen as fast as you'd like them to, I definitely think that frustrates you. And I think that your soul is learning patience in this lifetime, especially because it's like not it almost looks like it's meant to be an egg, but it's not fully formed yet. And with the Queen of Cups, like, her cup is the only one that's closed. And I think that your soul this lifetime is definitely meant to expand in terms of how much you are willing and able to compassionately accept, understand, and forgive your own shortcomings and the shortcomings of other people. Your soul is one that, you do best when you don't forget yourself in the healing. And I think that is something that you're still learning how to do, but you're getting there. you are very intuitive naturally. Like your soul has definitely developed gifts over time, but actually I think a lot of the gifts that your soul has already developed have to do with magic. And how do I describe the Emperor? Because the thing is like, I only have the context to describe it in earthly understanding, but I think it's beyond earth, if that makes sense. Like I genuinely believe you've experienced consciousness in more places than earth. And I think you have learned a lot about organizing structures and empowerment on a personal level, but also empowering collectives. Like, I don't know where your soul's been, but it's been interesting. And there's a lot of like old figures here. And I think that the ancient parts of your soul have done a lot with like world building, like world developing. One time I channeled this thing about like soul groups, which was really cool. That like certain soul groups can be really focused on like the certain development of a place. Like, for example, if there was a soul group around ancient Greece and like in Greece to now, like the Greece soul, like, which it's not even like, I don't even know if it's real or true. It was just something I channeled one time just about like soul groups being, you know, connected to the lifespan of a civilization and being willing to learn and grow through many roles in that civilization. So like, you know, if it was the Roman Empire, learning the lessons of distorted femininity and masculinity, learning the lessons of building, of fighting, of, you know, these things that honestly like only exist because humans have strown so far from spirit, but they're lessons nonetheless. I feel like your soul has done a lot of things, and it's experienced some dark things in dark places and probably done some dark things in dark places. You know, that's how the soul grows and learns. Our soul's doing that right now. And you never know where your soul has been or what it's done. But it all, even in the darkest shit, like there's love underneath it. And it's not our job to understand it. It's just our job to do our best. And I think in your case, you are learning how to trust your human self enough to ground more of your power. Because you have the soul of a leader. You have the soul of an empowered leader that is meant to create positive change, and you have the ability to do that. Not only that, but your soul needs time alone. There is a part of you that just needs, like when you feel the need to retreat, you need to honor that, because your light is vulnerable to the bullshit of the collective. And I will say, like with personal experience, that is a real thing. Do not underestimate your need for isolation and your need to like tone things down, because the world is always going to be on fire. It doesn't do you any good to be exhausted from putting fires out and feel like you're doing something wrong because you're not going home to rest. Like, we all have a role in our time here. And in your case, you know, your soul light, I think, is vulnerable to being, I don't want to say like lost or forgotten, because it never really can be, but drowned out by external noise. Your soul is vulnerable to being heard, or your soul is vulnerable in the sense that you may not be able to hear it at times if you don't go within, if you don't take time to yourself. And if you're an introvert, you'll understand that. Like, if you lose energy from interacting with people and you gain it from being alone, like that is for you. Like with this Hermit card being here, your soul has a lot of ancient wisdom, but a lot of that ancient wisdom doesn't necessarily apply to the way reality is right now. That ancient wisdom is meant to help shift reality into a more positive direction, and we all play a role in that, and your soul clearly is here to play a role in that. And your soul has gifts and abilities to intuit things that don't necessarily make sense to you, and at times you may doubt it because you are so committed to truth on a soul level, you will even doubt your own insights because you don't know if it's true. And I think maybe one place where you could help yourself is to trust yourself more. And rather than, you know, you don't have to trust yourself from the sense of like, you get an intuitive insight and you immediately believe it's correct or true, but maybe you take the risk to take an action based on that and see what happens. Because oftentimes when you don't listen to your intuition, you wish you did. So I think that one thing you do need to know is that sometimes it's going to be hard for you to listen to your soul because the noise of the outside world is louder. And the noise that the outside world triggers within you, within your mind and within your psyche, you know, the fears, the uncertainties, the doubts, all of that's going to make it more challenging for you to trust and listen to your soul. You are vulnerable to outside influences. And if you're not discerning, you will get lost and caught up in sauce that was never yours to get lost and caught up in the first place. That's why isolation is important for you. You know, you can't get sucked into these, like, well, you can. There's also growth and learning there. But you can avoid being sucked in to states of being that aren't true for you and belief systems that aren't true for you by making sure that you're not allowing that inner voice to be stifled, and you're giving yourself the time and discipline necessary to listen to your soul. Because if you just assume it's always going to speak to you, which is actually interesting. So for the last pile, they had this kind of theme of their soul will like call them. But for you, you are learning the wisdom to trust your soul and not feel like you're learning to build trust with your soul and recognize that like you have to be the one to protect yourself, and you're still learning how to do that, and that's okay. But on a soul level, you have a lot of power and a lot of light, and the things that are afraid of that light, the things that, you know, are exposed by that light, they are going to want to crush it. And that's why it's so important that you keep it in your lantern and you take time to yourself to go within so that you can nourish and restore your soul, because you have a very deep soul. You have a very old soul. You have a very wise soul. But your soul is also integrating new aspects this lifetime, learning new lessons. Your soul's growing and evolving. It always is. You're a multidimensional human being. It's in soul, in essence, and that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And in your case, your soul is here to fuck shit up in the name of love, and I love to see that. And I really... let me know how you want to fuck shit up in the name of love. I would love to hear it. Because really, honestly, like your soul, on a soul level, like you're a leader, a master teacher, a masturbator. Just kidding. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'm not kidding. Maybe not on a soul level, but anyway, on a soul level, you are far more powerful than you realize. And it's funny that you show up in this like childlike way, because I do think that is actually you expressing the purity of your soul. And I think that you disarm people with and you will continue. The more you embrace your soul's energy, you will disarm people because they will underestimate like how big your energetic wiener is. But you know what? Don't be afraid to flop it on the table. Not literally. If you don't have one, you don't have that problem. But I mean like energetically speaking. I'm not encouraging you to, metaphor. Does that summarize things? I think so. Who are you, Pile 4? An incredible soul who is here to make waves, and you are. And not only are you doing that, you're doing that with the conscious intention to try and do it with as much grace and care as possible as you grow and learn. And we love to see it. You are a human that is who honestly, like, I wish I could watch your light. Like, I wish I could know what happens and know what you do. But I guess that's why you have to create it, right? You are the creator of your journey, and your soul is a powerful creator. Whatever you want to be the master of this lifetime, even if it's baiting, you have the power to do that. So choose wisely. So Pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for being patient with me through this process and for watching this video. This reading was interesting. I hope it was all right. If you guys enjoyed this video, thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's the simplest and easiest way to support me and show appreciation for my channel. But if you'd like to do that in other ways, if you like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch. You can check out my Instagram. I'm not really posting on there for obvious reasons, but you can go check it out. and or you can check out other videos. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope that this reading resonated and it gave you the messages you needed to hear. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!